Hey everyone, welcome to 20 Sides to Every Story. Hope you're having a good start to your weekend. And I imagine if you're joining us here on 20 Sides, you're off to a pretty good start because we got something very special planned for tonight. We're going to be playing Chew, the role playing game based on the award winning Image comics of the same name. Kickstarter, was it Tuesday? It was the
Yes,
5th. I'm getting my days mixed up, but just on Tuesday, I think within hours was funded. I think I went on there to
90 minutes.
90 minutes, less
Oh
than two
man.
hours. They got fully funded. So
My
if
partner said 83, but I was like, nobody needs to know we knew that quick, that exact.
that you were obsessing about it that to that minutia of detail. But yeah, so if you're watching tonight and the game looks like a lot of fun, I would definitely encourage you to jump on over. I'll throw the Kickstarter link here in the Twitch chat. And if you are watching us here on YouTube, just check the description of the video. I'll have the link there so you can go check out the Kickstarter. Um, but yeah, so obviously funded within 83 minutes. So there's a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of hard work that went behind this project, and so definitely encourage you to head over there and support the project. Um, so we're joined here tonight by Pete Petrusha, who we've had on the channel before when we played Dream Chaser a number of years ago now. Um, and so we're looking forward to, we're happy to have you back and leading us through and facilitating another game for us. Before I pass it over to Pete, just want a little reminder for anybody or announcement, I guess, is that it's already we're already a week into October, and so we're starting our extra life efforts here. Every year, it's sort of a 20 sides tradition, I guess, at this point, that the week of Thanksgiving we set aside some time to run some different tabletop games in support of raising money for the Children's Miracle Network with Extra Life. And so this year is no different. We've got a number of people that are volunteering to run some special events, special games. I'll throw this up in the Twitch chat here as well. So if you want to check out our Extra Life page and maybe help us raise a little bit of money for sick and injured kids with the at children's hospitals across the country. Everyone is kind of raising money for whatever their local hospital is, so you can check out the different pages there on the team page and see what they're offering as little incentives, what they'll do if they hit different fundraising milestones and whatnot. I don't know if there's anything crazy out there yet, but usually there is. So check that out. Yeah, I'm gonna pass it on over to Pete to tell us what we're getting ourselves into here.
Okay. So this is Chew, the role-playing game, as you mentioned, based on the award-winning Image comics. It's an absurd little game with an investigative base. It's a world where not too many years ago, very similarly to ours, there was a bird flu. Uh, they like to say it was 5 years ago, but like in the 2010s, there was a bird flu, and it killed like 100 million people worldwide. So, and of course, 20 some million were in the States. So, we gave a shit. But uh, the FDA became Homeland Security in the wake of this pandemic, this horrible, horrible thing that happened, as people died from eating and consuming poultry. So, but unlike most things, chicken was outlawed, and that was the problem. It's like the cute bird syndrome, right? Like it's and they were the squirrel. Like everybody likes chicken, so that was a big problem that led to a lot of government unrest. But for the most part, like the FDA has kind of replaced the FBI. Like they're the men in black. They're the law. They're the authority. They're the man. And so are agencies like the USDA and even NASA. So like the three of these divisions have in the government have like all kinds of funding. They're above the law. They have robotics divisions. They have like neat food powered weapons, which leads to the new thing, right? So like in the new world now, uh, drug dealers turn to egg dealers. Um, sex traffickers turn to chicken traffickers. Um, and it was already a world where there were food powers. So imagine like superpowers like the X-Men, like mutants, where people are born with it or it evolves one day. but like these powers only work when you're consuming something or when you're cooking something. So they're often oddly specific. Like maybe if all of us were sharing a meal of spaghetti, I would know what's in all of your minds. Or maybe at the same time, I could make you all think what I know, like share thoughts. Maybe if I wore the spaghetti on my head, I would be 10 times as strong as a normal person, but for only as long as every one of the 10 meatballs was balanced on me. So it gives you an idea of this sort of new world. There's strange writing in the sky. So something like aliens isn't as bizarre as you could imagine. But going to the comics beyond just the setting is like every issue, there's 60 issues. Each issue is like action packed, has a little bit of its own sort of case of the week. But in the background, there's like conspiracies happening that kind of get resolved over like every arc, every 5 issues turn into a volume. And maybe those isn't fair to say conspiracies, but like a story arc, like a campaign if you were playing a role-playing game. But there are a few major conspiracies that happen. And it's interesting how over time it ties into many different features and connects the characters and even starts affecting their loved ones. So I bring that up because that's what it is that this is a game where you're absurd, quirky characters that are vulnerable, that have fatal flaws that probably would push them to make bad decisions. You have jobs that put you in harm's way that often because of trying to balance your work and your life puts you in risky and desperate positions, which we'll talk about with Forge of the Dark. And all the while, the people you care about and your own characters over the course of multiple cases start building your own conspiracies and start seeing things. And whether the FDA lets you solve, follow, or pursue those things, you have the need to. So that's true. And I hope that everyone's going to enjoy it. So first of all, I should ask the 3 of you, do you have any questions right off the bat? Anything that I said that you're just like, what does that mean?
Nothing so far, but I'm sure it'll come.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing to start.
So we got 3 characters. And like any good role-playing game, or at least by my opinion, we start with you. So let me know what playbook you have, because this game has playbooks. It's based on Forge in the Dark. So you're going to hear some things that you already know if you're familiar with like Blades in the Dark, and you're going to hear a bunch of things that you're not familiar with. So I'll try to explain that as we go. Alex, you want to tell us what playbook you picked?
Yeah, so I picked the low life. So um,
At the top, does it tell you kind of what kind of person would play that character and like what kind of character that is?
oh, it's like an insight into who I am. It says play the low life if you like to stick it to the man, deal in favors, or embrace your vices, like FDA informant D Bear.
Yeah, D-Bear is cool. And he's got a giant gold FDA chain. But enough about D-Bear. What's your character's name?
My character, I'm playing Jim Butcher, pronouns they them.
Okay. And Robin, how about you? What playbook are you?
I am playing the Prodigy, talented newcomer with unique abilities. And it says to play the Prodigy if you like to poke holes in the case, embarrass professionals, or be an unexpected badass like Olive Chu of Francis Bacon High School.
Nobody sees it coming when you're a kid.
And
yeah. Like, is there
Lemonade.
speed?
Lemonade is the name of the Prodigy.
And you don't have to tell everyone your last name if you don't want to. You could save it. It could be your James Bond.
Oh, okay.
Abe.
Just Lemon.
Lemonade, yeah.
We'll
or
go
just
with
lemon. Stuck on that.
Yeah, that's right.
What pronouns would you like to have today?
She, her is fine. It says they, them there, but I think I'll remember she, her better.
No problem. Yeah, they're meant to be whatever makes a person feel
Okay.
comfortable. So,
Yep.
And I know we have a cool name for your character, Joe. I believe it's
Hell yeah.
What is it, Sawyer?
Sawyer Squash.
Sawyer Squash.
Sawyer Squash. So Sawyer Squash is a hot shot. He's a brash hero. Stops at nothing to crack the case. He prefers style over substance and thinks with his fists, laughs in the face of danger, very similar to Agent John Colby of the FDA.
Yeah. So what pronouns would you like today?
He, him, please.
Okay. So what I'm going to do here is first, I'm going to get the three of you thinking, because we didn't over plan this in any way. And same with the adventures. They generally aren't over planned because the end result is really that for the players to create. You're not eating up my breadcrumbs, following the trail that I've set for you to find the one person who did it the one way that I thought, and then the one place that I thought it. There are many routes and many different suspects and many things for you to consider, but ultimately the choice will be yours of who you choose to frame, accuse, or actually get to the bottom of having done the thing. So for this scenario, which we call Chicken Run, there is a lot of missing chickens, and there's going to be an abrupt movement that happens with each of your characters, kind of against your will. So what I want to know is, where would you go if you had like the opportunity to like take a nice long vacation? Now, you can look at your character, but it's probably easier for you just to talk about what you would like to do as a person. So go ahead and think about that for a minute. If you get the time, you can go to the Cork Board and you can take one of those little yellow stickies on the right, put it over by one of the orange ones at the bottom, which will make your character, right? But yeah, so as you're doing that, the playbooks. So there's 8 different playbooks. As you heard, we just have a little dabble of them here. But we have the inspector, which is very core to the game, right? That's your hard-nosed Tony Chu. We have the wronged, which is the, talk about the child of conspiracies, right? Is the burned agent, the rogue agent. We have the veteran. We like to use Caesar for that. Caesar, longtime agent, undercover in the comics, seems to have a lot of experience. Each of them have a lot of cool ties thanks to Forge in the Dark, where whether it's the hotshot that can kind of lean on doing more desperate and risky actions for benefits, or if it's like the veteran who can call on more flashbacks, you'll see that each of them play well in different ways with the Forge in the Dark system, and have advantages for what we're going to talk about as we start having action rolls and describing that. Yeah, we have the experts, which is like Amelia, but any one of the characters who's maybe a bit of an egghead. And the mascot. I do love the mascot. The mascot's kind of like the support character, but like to the nines. Like they're the character that can get to the villain and have a nice chat when you're like, what do you mean you're talking to so-and-so? They're going to kill you. We're just talking. It's fine. They have all kinds of abilities that you just wouldn't assume that allow them to be that one weird character who gets in and out safely. Okay. So has anybody thought of where their dream vacation would take them? Why don't we start with Eeny, Meeny, Mighty Joe?
Hey. So traveling to Ireland, hitting up bars, and singing shanties all night.
Ooh. And what about Alex? What is Jim Butcher's dream vacation?
So, Jim Butcher, he's he's trying to go on the straight and narrow, but he got into like the whole chicken thing because he fell for a girl. And so
Oh.
he always wanted to take her to like a bed and breakfast at like a Cape Cod or like somewhere in like the kind of the Northeast.
Northeast.
Never got the chance though. But that
What
would
do they
be
call that
his.
place? Martha's Vineyards?
So yeah, something like that. Yep. So like a
Just to
little
give it a
romantic
name.
getaway, quiet, away from the city.
Spend a life savings to wine and dine. And Robin, what about your character?
All right. Well, Lemon is right now just trying to gather as much information and learn much about different cultures. So touring different national museums, adding to her knowledge base, and perhaps contributing to the world in unknown ways.
Okay. So what I'd like to do here, Alex, if you don't mind, take us to the Cork Board for all to see. So the Cork Board is an important piece of our Forged in the Dark game of Chew. It's a natural piece in the middle of the table that not only gives us some idea of what's going on with the investigation, which we will unfold here in a moment, but it also prominently puts our characters together with the investigation and with all of the other connections that we start to make over the course of each session. What this does eventually is become the campaign at a glance. And it takes all the little fiddly bits, the personal troubles and tribulations of each character, their loves, likes, and wishes, kind of puts them in a mutual place for each of us to be able to pick at, point to, and describe and use for fodder as we play. This especially comes into play as, like I said, we build conspiracies over time and the consistencies start to become apparent. But for our little one shot here, everyone should pick one of the orange ones, the orange Post-its, and go ahead and put your name on it as you get time. I see Sawyer's over here. I see Lemonade's over here. So Alex, you can take this one or this one. We got three little three on the base Cork board. So we assume you probably have 3 players, but you know, we've some space for you to add more. Seems like Chew plays really well with 3 to 5. Though we ran in local conventions, we've played 6, and I was surprised at how well it went. So I guess the goal-oriented nature of the cases works fine with multiple players. So okay. And we have some Post-its off to the far right in case anyone needs them. We generally use yellow for most things that we add. We call those articles. But if you're looking towards the top left, every case starts with a debrief. I'm sorry, it starts with a brief or a file or a supervisor. And this is going to reflect some of the information we get out of this case folder. This case is going to revolve around missing chickens, our pink Post-it. We're going to have 3 things that the professionals are trying to figure out to crack the case, which is a thing that you as players will eventually want to say, we're going to try to crack the case because we think it was so-and-so with such and such because they wanted this. Suspect, method, motive. And in the case file, you're going to find 1 to 3 things, these little yellow Post-its that kind of give us some leads. Some of them are complete bullshit. Some of them are your boss, you know, just messing with you or giving you a hard time or having an ulterior motive. And some of them might actually have merit. So it's for you to explore when we get there. So with all that said, again, any questions? All right. So you're all on a rocky ship. Think of like a giant ferry boat meant for vehicles, but there's no cars, there's no vans. It's in the middle of a tropical storm out in the Atlantic. It's covered in chicken shit. And there were a lot of thin, rattly cages, though many of them have fallen off and gone into the waters at this point. There's a nice soft layer of bird poop for you to, you know, stick your feet into to give you some basis to hold on. This is not how any of you expected to spend your vacation, but it's how you found yourself. So each of you had a flight that was taking you out of the nearest airport, out of Baltimore. Though you were rudely interrupted by the equivalent of USDA agents who told you there was a matter of national security and for your safety, you were removed to a private room, in which you found it had nothing to do with the airport or any of you in particular, except for clearly you were available for a mission because you had time for vacation. So whether it was Supervisor Ginger Butternut of the USDA, who had plans to go to Rome, or the 3 of you who seemed capable enough, it was the 3 of you who seemed capable enough. So you've all been given 3 days to figure out what's going on a secret island run by the Navy, created by the FDA to house confiscated chickens. So all this time, everyone, I don't know what everyone thought. Everyone thought, well, you know, the FDA is clearly killing them, you know, putting them in concentration camps or something for chickens. But actually, there's an animal sanctuary, is what the paperwork says. And it seems that the FDA over time has let that slip into the Navy's jurisdiction with better things to do. So off the Atlantic, there is a private island, unbeknownst to any map or any person, where you're all headed on a contractor ferry boat with a lone captain who seems to be able to manage the ship for the most part on their own, though you're pretty sure it's just the oceans doing the work. There is Captain Chickpea. Captain Chickpea is probably somewhere around 80 years old, maybe older. Honestly, you're just guessing that it's clearly looks like someone who's probably 80 years old. Very, very small. We're talking like 4 feet small, and covered in clothes, thick like an Eskimo, which isn't incorrect in this case with the weather and also maybe with the ethnicity of the person. But Captain Chickpea is in the helm on the second level of this very ship. The first level's just got a little bit of a box for all of you to find some shelter if you want. There was a table with an assortment of imitation crab meat if you were hungry, and a water dispenser. But otherwise, yeah, you're either in one of these 2 levels or out with your feet stuck in chicken shit, hoping to hold on. So take a second to think about where you would be given the nasty weather, the rocky boat, though you do believe it was only a 4-hour ride. So you should be there pretty soon if you survive.
I think Jim Butcher is definitely by that table of food, eating, kind of pretending like he's, not paying attention, but that's sort of his facade all the time. He's trying to tune into like different things, little details that might be happening. Maybe looking up there at Captain Chickpea just to see what they're up to.
Captain Chickpea is surrounded by what look to be hanging bubbles. They seem to be something almost spiritual to Captain Chickpea. Maybe to you or to the layman, it may look like something like akin to dream catchers or something. But each of them have little characteristics, whether they're like figurines of some kind or made of but they're all crafted, right? They're all like wood and string and such. But yeah, they're hanging all over and they're just blowing around. So actually, if you kind of go up there, it gives you some more of the feels of like a horror movie, because it's just all this stuff moving with the rain on the window and the lightning crackling. And the only audible speech you're getting out of Captain Chickpea sounds like moaning wails. Since you've mentioned your character, what are your approaches? Because your approaches are 3 characteristics that kind of everyone in the world knows, everyone sees about you, including yourself. Everything that you do, your approaches affect.
Jim Butcher's approaches are half-baked, spicy, and carnivore.
So whether you like it or not, right? You come up with wild schemes. You have crazy ideas. Sometimes they work, but like everyone else looks at you and goes, "Yeah, seriously, you're spicy. You're passionate. You can't help it. Like anything that you're about, and everyone can tell." And the carnivore part of you is that you're a little bit of an animal. You're whether it's you don't put the toilet seat down or whether it's you almost growl, or you're quick to attack, fight or flight. Yeah. So we have you positioned. What about Joe? Where is Sawyer Squash?
Yeah, Sawyer's looking to take, to take charge, or at least put that perception out there that he's taken charge. He's directing the captain, or believes he's the one that's directing the captain where to go. He's putting on airs that he's got more information than everyone else on this boat, and that he's the one that the FDA is really trusting with this operation. So everybody really better pay attention to Sawyer and stay in line, and everything's going to go just fine. We'll be in and out. Everybody can go back to vacation as long as they trust Sawyer.
So you sound like there's no way you couldn't be at the helm of the ship.
Correct.
Whether or not it's pointing, pushing, or actually steering at some point. What are your approaches?
Yeah. So Sawyer is spicy and carnivore.
A lot of
similar to Mr. Butcher there. But Sawyer's also
rotten. So just throwing out, rotten is for each character to define, but there's something off about you. Mm-hmm. Whether you want to make that a sickness, a weirdness, just an awkwardness, or a vileness. Once you begin to describe that, we're all going to run with it, right? That's how that goes. What was the third one?
Carnivore.
Man, you two are going to be running into trouble.
Hell yeah.
Right. And just to get everyone on the boat, right, with a moment to at least describe what they look like. Robin, where's Lemonade?
So Lemon is with the crime solving kit that she has, and she is analyzing samples, stool samples, to see if she can detect which kind of birds and maybe if there's a genetic connection to these birds that had been on the ship. So that's what she's where the most poop is to run some experiments.
Like that. I didn't realize that the one part had a mound, but that's where you are.
Yeah, well, she's
There's
made a
part-
mound because, you know, you want samples.
Somebody get me a spoon. I
That's
need help.
right. Little
Okay.
magnifying glass, you know.
What are Lemonade's approaches?
Bitter, salty, tough cookie.
Okay. They're a little self-explanatory, right? Obviously bitter, excuse me, salty. You're kind of mouthy, right? In the way that like, but it's it's agitated all the time, right? And then I'm sorry, what was the third one?
Tough cookie.
Tough cookie. Which, you know, do they make sense to the three? Those seem pretty obvious to me.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what you said to me sounds like the first role of the game, because I just really want to know if this leads to anything or if this is just you playing with shit. So
It's going to lead to something. Damn it.
you have 4 attributes. And in our version of Forged in the Dark, you use one of these 4 attributes to roll a number of dice as your base for when you go to do something, instead of 12 or 16 actions, depending on other Forged in the Dark games. So looking at your 4 attributes, there's charm, there's guts, there's instinct, and there's training. There's a little, sorry, you on your sheet, you don't have the explainer text. So I apologize now that I think about that out loud. What does this sound like to you? Putting this stuff together and hoping to
I think it's
get a good sample
instinct.
in the storm.
I'm just getting like, I would be going from the instinctive, like, all right, this makes sense to analyze these samples. And I have a really good feeling that there's a connection here that I'm going to be able to come up with some ideas even before we land at this private island. So I would go
Okay.
with kind of an instinctive approach.
And we mentioned with your approaches that you're bitter, salty, and a tough cookie. So I'm
Yes.
always going to be thinking about if those would alter your effect, give you a more of a benefit or more of a hindrance, which they don't.
Well, I have to prove that we are the people for this case, and Ginger can just go screw herself in Rome because we're the ones that are going to solve this case. So
That has nothing to do with your trouble, right? Underneath your character name?
no, actually, my
all right.
trouble is a rivalry with someone else
Okay,
completely.
all right, just making sure. Just making sure,
So-
because we'll describe that as we get there.
This is just me being bitter and salty. That's all.
And last but not least, as I slowly make sure that everyone gets their characters introduced, what is your quirk? What is that weird thing that makes you kind of
Oh.
unique?
Yeah, I can carve functional objects out of chocolate.
Okay. Do you have any functional objects that you've already carved out of chocolate helping you right now?
Well,
You don't
a
have to, but-
centrifuge. I think, you know, I would
Oh my gosh,
definitely
yeah.
need a centrifuge. So it's an intricate thing, so it's taking a little more time. But you know,
But
I'm
you've had hours
collecting
for
the
both.
samples. Yeah. So I'm about done with the centrifuge by now.
Okay. So I'm just throwing that in there. So yeah, we know we have a chocolate made centrifuge.
Mhm.
Cool. Roll your instinct. That's a number of dice. How many stars do you have?
I have 2.
Okay. I'm going to tell you that it sounds like the only risk to this is because it's so rocky and the storm that's brewing. If there was not that situation, you'd probably be in control of the situation and there'd be very
Absolutely.
little risk. But also because of that problem, that's why this only has standard effect instead of maybe having great effect, because you really couldn't take the most benefit out of all the time that you had because of the storm and the moving and the rain and the so on. That's something that I'm always going to tell you as a part of the Forged in the Dark banner is we're always going to give you an idea of what the position, the threat is, and what the effect, how much of an impact I think you can have with what you've told me you're going to do.
All right.
Okay. There's some more alterations, but I'll save them for the next roll. Okay. So go ahead and give it a roll.
All right. So I rolled the 2. I rolled 2 1s.
Okay. Well, that's great. We're going to learn about some other stuff now.
That's right.
So you only need, let me rephrase that. The highest die result is all that matters. And in such a case, it didn't matter because it's the same thing. If you roll a 6, generally speaking, whatever you were trying to do goes off without a hitch. It's successful. I might even ask you how it happens, letting you kind of lead where we're going with it, right? If you get a 4 or 5, you succeed, but there's a catch. you're going to get some consequences. And as those begin to appear, I'll explain the different things that can happen and so on. But if you outright fail, you get a 1 to 3. We said this is risky. If it was desperate, it might as well be a fumble in most games. But since it's risky, it's just bad. But you'll get a couple of things that are bad that happen sort of simultaneously. So we don't need to go to the cork board, but I'm going to eventually explain the case in the case file as the storm becomes less of a thing. But we have a danger clock on the cork board, which accompanies any case that happens. I gave that 4 segments. So imagine a pie, a pizza that's just cut into 4. I'm going to go ahead and check one of those boxes now as things get worse and the danger of the case that brought us here is escalating because of the result of this roll. So I'm going to put a little dab
Sorry,
over
guys.
there. Wow, mark that in. But it was risky. So I feel like I'd really like to give you a condition to get us started because,
All right.
we only got so much time and it's a one shot and it's streamed. So let's make it fun.
Let's do it.
So what conditions are is that each of your attributes can, because of the stress of the case and the difficulty of the work, begin to get twisted and become something that's sharper and rougher and edgier and more painful to be around, which is your charm can become manipulative. You're so charming until now where everyone can kind of see you unhinged. Being ruthless can become, I'm sorry, your guts can become ruthless as it's not just that, bravado and that confidence. It's that, almost superiority, which, sorry, we'll get more so with training, but anyway, and that instinct can become impulsive, right? As all these threats are mounting, your impulse is to just, oh shit, A, B, C, D, exit door, I'm out of here. And training can become cocky. All that training, you think you know better than everyone else. So you went instinct. I don't have to pick that attribute, right? Just because you rolled it, but I like it for this one. So there's a box on your sheet you can mark impulsive.
Mhm.
And underneath it, there's a little condition that says clear. Can you say what that says?
It says invite trouble.
Okay. So we're going to come back to that later, but there's 2 ways to get rid of conditions, which also act as your health, is to do that. You put a little itty bitty scene of inviting your trouble, and then we clear that out, but we bring in a new problem, right? Or as we get into the case, you can take some R&R. So I'm sorry, not R&R. You could connect with someone of importance with you and try to work out this issue. So, okay. A lot of mechanics already. Sorry, I'm going to stop talking over here. Yeah. So the chicken shit of the pile in the storm with your centrifuge, the centrifuge falls into the poop, right? And as you try to grab it, it blends in with the brown and the brown, and the rain and the boat shifting drops you in it as well. And you find yourself not only covered in shit, lost your centrifuge, and the impulsive is that you're rocking on the boat covered in poop, trying to move in every which direction to do what? Well, how do you try to respond to that happening? At least nobody was watching, I don't think.
Well, I would hope not, because I think the leader is up there trying to direct us. And this guy's so busy with his food over there that I just brushed myself off, and it was probably worthless anyways. I'm sure it just was all mingled together, and the genetic sample would have been sour grapes.
Sour grapes, okay. Now, I mean, it's a paste, right? It's a paste going on. So you have a layer, right? Over you. Now we have
this might take a while.
Yeah. Well, so while we have that going on over there, the boat finds its way closer and closer to our destination. It is rocky and difficult, which we need to know as it's getting closer to our destination. Is it actually going towards our destination, or is it going awry? So, Joe, we have Sawyer up top. Captain Chickpea is speaking inaudibly, is making mumbling sounds that occasionally sound like prayer. She did speak at one time, so she was capable of speech. What are you doing to right the ship? She has 2 hands that are death gripped on it, but she's on her knees, clearly not even able to see the water, just sort of holding it and moving it as if it's like guided by spiritual guidance.
So Sawyer is pulling his shades down because with all the rain, it's a little hard to see. He's really got to believe that that he's seeing what he's seeing, and now Sawyer's pretty convinced that Captain Chickpea's having a stroke. So he's got to get in there and help, and is convinced that her death grip on it is a means of her brain just like trying to grasp onto something so that she doesn't fall over. So Sawyer's coming up and like tapping her and asking her to put her hands up, and just to see like, is she just raising one hand higher than the other? Sawyer's seen his dad do this with his mom, and do you smell toast? Do you smell toast? And just starts like railing on the captain, and is pretty convinced that if he doesn't grab this wheel, they are going to go awry. So he's going to fix it. He's going to make sure that the Captain Chickpea's not having a stroke, and get the boat where it needs to go.
Given your approaches, I don't see anything that makes you really good at this. Actually, I see things that maybe make you awkwardly bad at it, like you're a carnivore. You're like, oh, I'm just going to tap her on the shoulder and be real gentle and go through the tests that I've learned. Or in actuality, like grab her by the head, shake her by the hair, lift her arms up, like try to like open her eyes for her. So
100%. And it's
a roll to see if this is effective or if it's really carnivore-ish, right?
And is it his training, you think, that like he thinks he's tapping into his training? Sawyer
it sounded
thinks
a lot like that.
Yeah.
Because you mentioned having knowledge of like first aid stroke relief, right? So go ahead and roll your training. Now, this is where I'll bring up the other two criteria, right? Like things you can do. In the top right of your sheet, sorry, top right of your sheet. I'm so used to the physical ones now. You have appetite. So for people who know Forge in the Dark or Blades in the Dark, generally there's some kind of resource you have. In Blades, we call it stress. In Shoe, it's appetite. It's your sort of drive, your appetite to complete the case, to go on, to see this through. You can spend 2 appetite of your 8. It starts full to lean into one of your approaches, be more descriptive with how it would help you, and get an extra die. We're assuming that this would have added effect. You can spend 1 if you're somebody else and lend a hand, if you can explain how leaning into one of your approaches is why you'd be helpful in this situation. And the third thing would be the resistance thing, which I didn't apply yet, which I could have gave to Robin a minute ago, but I was trying to let one thing happen at a time first. The one reason you want to kind of keep some appetite is when bad things happen. I can go way overboard with the description, talking about how each digit of one of your hands was slowly removed from your hand and you saw it in horror. And you could say, but Pete, I really don't want that to happen to my character. I know I rolled bad, but can I resist? And I'm going to say, yeah, as long as you have appetite, you can resist. And that either doesn't happen or it gets backtracked to something far less, right? So the chicken poop's bad, but I didn't need it yet. So.
I can live with that.
But then it's coming, right? I mean, you're covered in poop, but it's raining. It's gonna wash off. Okay, Joe. So it's risky. Risky is pretty much the standard go-to. If it's worth rolling, it's probably risky unless you're setting up something in the future. So and I think you're gonna have actually limited effect because you're carnivore. Mm-hmm. But if you lean in, if you either you can own up your carnivore or you could spend some appetite, or you could be okay with it and hope you roll well.
I'm totally going to spend some appetite. So I'm going to dig in. I'm going to lean in. Is it okay? So we're on this boat. I see that I have a reckless perk that when I dig in, something can explode.
Yes.
Or I can fight on par with a small gang. So I'm gonna channel that I'm really leaning in on that carnivore, that Sawyer is fighting on par with a small gang. He is tapping into this like he thinks he's helping with all his might, but he is clearly becoming like animalistic in this like attempt to take over the ship.
Okay. So I'm going to say instead of limited, it's standard, because it really sounds like you're actually shifting it from trying to do the standardized testing of stroke testing and really going, hey, I'm just trying to actually see if this person's having a stroke. I don't care if I'm brutal and rough with them. Okay,
Right on.
let's move that back to standard. So go ahead and give it a roll.
How many?
How many do you have in your training?
0.
Okay, roll 2 dice, take the lower one.
Okay.
And that's what you do when you have 0.
I got a 4.
Okay. And I'm so sorry. You leaned in, you digged in. So you actually
did.
should have 1 die. Go just roll 1 die. And if it's better than a 4, I'll let you keep it. Otherwise, keep the 4.
It's a 4.
Okay. So it didn't matter. Technically, you get an extra die, which in that case would have gave you 1 instead of 0.
Oh, sure.
It would have kind of been the same, but okay. 4 and a 5, you succeed. There's kind of a catch, right? So the clear catch is narrative of what you said. You're kind of brutal with Captain Chickpea, and by kind of like pretty damn brutal. What do you think you do? How do you roughhouse Chickpea? I mean, Chickpea's like deceptively small because Chickpea's got like the Kenny coat. You know, it's like from South Park. Like it's a lot of coat and not a lot of person in there. And then Chickpea also has a lot of care and concern for all these baubles, you know, and is actually in the form of prayer. So is probably going to take this poorly. But how do you manhandle in a way Chickpea? How do you push Chickpea around?
Yeah. So
unintentionally, of course, right? Or
right. Yeah, of course. Yeah. I see Sawyer going in like bull in a china shop with all the bubbles around, right? Like almost blind to them. So big movements, grabbing the arms and like trying, like holding them up for Captain Chickpea and saying like, hold your arms up. And then like in that kind of movement, also like pulling the hood back and like trying to like get the coats off and thinking like, oh man, maybe she's too hot with all this, right? And then in that same like because again Sawyer is thinking he's running the show, like trying to do one hand with that and then one hand grab the ship so that we can course correct. Okay. So trying to do everything and probably doing none of it well.
Yeah, and obviously Chickpea is sort of sorely awakened as you quickly grab the hands and start pulling the hood back. It's like, what are you doing? No, this is all wrong. This is all wrong. And oh, you're helping me. What? No, as you like put her hands on the ship, you're trying to make her steer. So we're going the wrong way. This is the wrong way. This is all wrong. This is like when my husband passed. It's going wrong. Look at the sky. Look at the storm. Look at my baubles. And is just freaking out. So we know that you were effective mechanically wise, you know, like we know like we're going the right way out of character, but it seems panicked at the moment for your character. Alex, it's been a minute. So there's been a lot going on with those two, which you just felt was the ship course correct in a very strong way. And literally like the table that you were taking some of these Old Bay imitation crab assortments from, the table itself is like sliding. And if you were in a chair, you're also sliding with the chair. And at this point, it finally is about ready to go where the table, like all the stuff on the table is just going to slide to one end, crash. What do you do?
Well, I mean, this is a pretty good free meal here, and with all the bird poop and whatnot on the ground, like I definitely want to make sure that none of this like falls off this table. I'm not really worried about myself, but I want to, you know, try to steady the table and maybe stand up and see if I can hold it, brace on the like wall or whatnot, and try to keep it held.
Okay, great. I won't, there's no need for a roll at this point, but clearly it's going to put you in a worse situation in a minute. Okay. As you're keeping things at bay, but like you're fighting gravity in the storm, but all in the efforts of saving the food and not yourself. So the ship begins moving forward. The rain is starting to wash off some of the chicken poop. Captain Chickpea is struggling and fighting with you and arguing with you, Sawyer, and it is a constant battle for Jim Butcher and the imitation crab meat. There are signs that begin to pass you as the boat is moving forward, and an island seems to be coming. Begins showing its face on the horizon. The storm itself seems like it's beginning to settle, but the rockiest waters haven't yet happened, and it's like they're peaking right now. Now, I don't feel that we need to talk more about the course correction of the ship, but what we do need to know is, Sawyer, there's only so long you can kind of like rudely ignore Chickpea's like questions and accusations before Chickpea would do something drastic. So would you let Chickpea like remove herself from the steering wheel, and eventually she'd probably even try to be pushing you and getting your face. But how are you going to handle Chickpea, who believes this is Chickpea's ship? This is the Ever Given 2. And Chickpea feels very strongly that the Ever Given 1 was destroyed in a certain way, which she won't ever let happen again. Clearly that means this. So
yeah, so Sawyer, I think would, as he's like kind of almost coming to from this need to think that he's in control,
imagine
realize
like your
that
mom. I mean, that's kind of almost what's going on. Like if you after you've done this, you go, oh shit, I'm sorry, mom, is kind of the vibe here. And if she kind of gets in your face, but she's really little and you're trying to do something important, and she's like, this is my ship, damn it. I don't know who you think you are, but this is my ship, and I'm the only one who can save us in this storm from the gods who have damned us again. And I will not lose someone important to me. Like, she looks around, you again. Clearly you were on her first race.
Yeah. Well, I had to make sure you weren't having a stroke. You weren't making any sense. You were just kind of, you were just babbling. You were just babbling. And now you're talking. I hear you. I certainly didn't mean to harm you, but we have to make sure that the ship gets to the island. I see the island's in view now, so I must have put us on the right path.
She looks shocked.
You see it? See, I mean, I don't know what may have happened. I've just met you. We've been here for a couple hours. I don't know what happened in your first boat, but clearly you've got some learning to do. And as far as ship captaining, if you've lost someone because of how you piloted a ship before, I mean, I just came in here. I've never done it before, and I got us heading towards this island.
She out of nowhere, she's like, you idiot. And she tries to like push the wheel to the left dramatically. Do you allow her to?
Yes.
Okay. She does. She moves it to the left dramatically. There is a like what looks like a road sign like out of the edge of the boat. That seems to be, I mean, the boat clearly is much larger than the road sign. But her pushing it does have you go around it. And she like wipes her brow and pulls her hood back over her head. There are seals everywhere. And they get really, really mad when someone ruins their signs. Because those signs, they get put up by seals. You know how hard it is to put signs up in the middle of the ocean floor? God, she's walking away like you have no idea what she almost did. If you do get a good look, each of the signs, there are more than one, but the one that you almost hit actually talks about something completely different. It says Dolphin Gang Territory. Just letting you know. We're getting closer to the island. That abrupt twist, though, my friend Alex, the Mr. Butcher, could be eating a lot of imitation crab meat right now. Unless, what do? There's that one last twist and turn of the ship, some yelling above to distract you, and a lot of imitation crab meat to be lost. Do you let it happen, or do you try to save the crab meat?
I have to save the crab meat.
I have to save the crab meat. Okay, what attribute would you like to roll? What do you think this looks like, right? You've made this risky. It didn't have to be. Which is fine. That's good. That's not a bad thing. And I mean, it's God, like, because the end goal is you want to have this crab meat, right? You don't want any of it lost.
Yeah, I don't want any of it to go to waste. And the only thing I can think of is to try to gorge myself in this moment to like try to eat every little bit because the next turn that happens, like it could be gone, and it'd be
Okay.
yeah.
So we're gonna say it's risky, but we're gonna give you great effect because you're not actually trying to like save it all for later or something. You're just trying to eat it all. So all right, and you don't have any superpower that like makes you like get some great benefit for it.
No.
But what I am curious, what is your quirk? Because like that might be really important now.
Let's see, Quirk.
Oh, bottom of your sheet, very very low on the sheet, bottom left.
Oh, it is. I'm gonna give it a try. Sibonymicus. Eating rotten food allows you to identify others' weaknesses.
For as long as you can stomach it. Yeah, that's good. Okay. So I don't know necessarily that applies unless you make it apply by
I might
telling me
learn
how
something about
rotten some of it looks.
myself.
You learned something about yourself. Okay, so I think it's risky. Great. What should you roll to try to catch all of that crab meat? Save it just long enough to get it in your mouth.
Um, I think this is like sort of instinctual. There's not really a lot of reason for it. It's just an impulse.
Okay. How many dice do you have in instinct?
That one's a 2.
All right. Why don't you roll 2 dice? Now I'll introduce the last but not least, the final thing that someone could introduce. So sometimes the player doesn't want to spend their appetite. Everyone else, maybe they don't want to spend appetite. Not that big of a deal. We can always do something in any Forge in the Dark game called the Devil's Bargain. And all that is that any of us except for the player who is rolling the die can offer a consequence. And if they agree to it, they can have an extra die. So it's saying that either way, whether you succeed or fail, this will happen. But, and usually it's because we think it's funny or it'll make the story better, or, Alex, what is Jim Butcher's trouble?
Romance.
Romance. And I believe yours has a really neat condition.
Let's see. Where's the condition?
Oh, under your perks on your sheet at the very bottom, there's a sentence for it. We had a jury rig those sheets. Is there? There should be a sentence underneath the perks.
Um,
Did the other two of you have yours in a weird spot?
I'm not seeing that. I see a sentence after my trouble.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yours doesn't say it right there.
I don't.
Alex.
I don't
Okay.
see it.
Yours, because I know what it is the first person or thing that you fail a roll on, you fall in love with. So,
Oh.
so you have an interesting one that's unique for the opportunity. So it could be really weird if you fail and it's like you fall in love with imitation crab meat or something, or
That'd be a
Old Bay
terrible fate.
seasoning. Or, all right. Or maybe you see the prodigy out the window covered in bird poop and there's just something weirdly attractive, but I don't know. We'll see. That is what is at risk here, right? Okay. Anybody have a devil's bargain? Clearly, we could have the second person covered in poop. Would you like to be covered in poop either way? But maybe the imitation crab meat's fine.
Yeah, let's do it.
You get an extra die. Yeah.
Okay, so I'd be rolling the 3 die,
Yep.
and then okay. Do I add these, or am I just taking the highest one?
You just want the highest roll. But if
Highest
you
roll?
do get 2 6s, that's important.
Okay, so I rolled 3 dice. The highest one is a 6.
Okay, great. So how do you get all of the crab meat into your mouth? As the boat, for the most part, does take like one giant turn and then one quick turn afterwards. So it's like 2 sharp movements. It's kind of like not really a buffet. I think it's kind of like a platter, right? That's been kind of tossed around some. I don't know. They could be like in some sauce, kind of holding them to the platter, but yeah. It's been rocky for a while though, so whatever it originally was is not working as well as it should have. So
He's just gonna grab like there's a couple of different platters there. Like he's gonna like kind of like funnel it all onto one, and then use two dishes to kind of like funnel it in and just kind of enlarge his mouth. So just kind of imitation crab meat. It's just kind of squishy anyway. So just lets it slide right down and
okay. So Robin, you lemonade is being, the water's helping, but where do you go? Now you do start to see land coming and these weird signs, and then there's that weird twist and turn of the ship again. Does it take you to one of like the main deck or the upper deck?
Wherever I could get a view of those seals, I
Oh,
think
okay.
that sounds very interesting. So I don't know if the upper deck would be a better viewpoint.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So the boat gets very, very close to the island. As it does, it's weird is that most of this this travel was at night. It was very dark. But now it seems like the clouds are breaking, even though it's a weird hour for there to be this much light out. And it almost shines this sort of glorious spotlight over the island, which you see looks a lot like a tall, cliffy, like caldera-like island, like one almost like the top of a volcano, but like open on one side, right? And along the cliffs seem to be like large, giant, splintered bones, though that would be impossible, right? Except for there's a giant skull off to the side. It looks a little bit like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle head, maybe a salamander or something. It's a weird skull. But I mean, seriously, like that's got to be like Godzilla or something, like a kaiju. And this light is shining, and almost ridiculously so, this island that's open kind of cliff high like a volcano has just this winding path that's coming down off of this very steep ledge of the high land level that most of the land you'll be walking around at will be. And it leads to this rickety, almost aluminum looking shitty ass pier with no boats at it. There are the occasional sort of red light, almost like a sniper's light, like little red dot that seems to be kind of flaring around that you kind of occasionally see in the rain that's still coming down. But the boat, because the waves is coming in very fast, almost too fast, as it rides a large wave and is coming crashing. And it's not a very agile thing anyway. It's a big like square ferry. It's coming very fast at the aluminum pier. So Joe, Sawyer's the only one who's kind of in the best position. Well, I shouldn't say that. So, and I mean, Lemonade showed up, and Lemonade is the prodigy. So Lemonade could show up and just pull some weird shit off right here. So yeah, the two of you, like Lemonade, literally you climbed up a ladder. You kind of maybe would have had like one wipe of like the, get some of the rain off, walked into like the one side door panel, right, of the sort of box that's the captain's deck. Saw the two of them and the steering wheel basically, and other gadgets and all the baubles and stuff, and the island ahead. And everyone in there kind of feels pushed towards the front as the back of the ship is kind of surfing this last major wave and coming very fast at the pier. So yeah, in the cockpit, what are the two of you doing? Other than being thrown towards the window?
Where are the brakes on this thing? Maybe I should just take this block of chocolate and see if I can get an anchor going real quick. So, huge, like just jabby motions with my knife to try to make it look even vaguely anchor shaped. And I don't know. I don't think Lemon is going to even care to look at Chickpea and see what's going on. It's just, no, somebody needs to do something, and we're not doing it well enough. So I know what needs to be done. So I will.
That's incredible. Like, you're breaking my mind, because I'm like, would it have to be heavy? I mean, it's a power.
It's a functional.
So like, I'm not going to say no. Like, it's a thing. Like you said, it's a functional. I never
How
had it
functional, but
made a functional weight, right? It's like, cool. I like carve this chocolate, and it's 3,000 pounds.
That's right. It's force times mass and acceleration, and I'll just alter the neutrons. I don't know. I don't really know physics. So
it's like you gotta cook that shit to make it really dense or something. Okay.
Just press on it. If you press on it really tight, like carbon turning into a diamond. That's the concept there.
All right. It's so crazy. It's so ridiculous. It has to be desperate because just because you have to pull this off, right? So it's desperate. What would you like to? Well, Quirk, right? The only reason you'd have to roll is like to actually like get it out of the ship in time, right? Because it's like a
Right.
weight thing that needs to. Is it need to be attached, or is it you like holding on to the rope or something like some like chocolate rope?
I think, there's a hole, so I could definitely put like a chain or a rope through the hole yeah.
So it's a speed thing. It's a
Yes.
quickness of like looking to
Mhm.
see what you could do with this real quick. Literally, you just climbed to the ladder and you just like kick the door, jump back out, throw this together, and throw it off the ship as fast as you can. Desperate, great, right? So, what would you like? What are you gonna roll for that?
Um, I'm not really sure. It's obviously not charm.
Yeah,
And would it be like a training thing? Like I'm trying to get the difference between all those attributes
I
down.
feel like it's
so-
guts or instinct more
Yeah,
because
okay.
guts has a lot more of that confidence. Like I can do this, right? I can pull this
Gotcha.
off. Because it's really crazy, right? And then the instinct, I think you used it before, right? So you're probably
Yeah.
a little like, I don't want to use it again, but it does really fit, right? Like
Okay.
this is a quick action sort of thing. Like,
Right. So, I mean, I have 2 in either of the guts or instincts, but I think it would be fun to just do it with flavor, more of a guts thing. Like
okay,
I want to be the hero this time and really
bitter,
show what I know.
salty, tough cookie. Okay,
hmm
Like to lend a hand if I could.
yeah. How do you help? Which one of your approaches would help you help?
Yeah.
people?
So I'm gonna lay on the charm, and the reason, or I'm sorry, approaches. You said approach. It's a little bit of that rotten feel where any solution has to be Sawyer. Doesn't matter. So he feels like he's righted the ship. Now he's got to stop the ship because he let go of the wheel and let Captain Chickpea steer us into this wave. It's totally her fault. She crashed the first ship. She's going to crash this one. So Sawyer sees Lemon crafting that anchor. He's gonna get right in there and we're gonna make this work, and I'm gonna be the one that directs you how to do this conveniently after it's already happened or started. But yeah, it's gonna be Sawyer's idea at the end of this.
Okay. I added rotten to the board just because we've begun to describe how you are rotten. And that's kind of like the world has to revolve around you, it sounds like.
Yeah, I take credit, take all the credit wherever I can.
Credit.
Yes,
All the
credit
credit,
is
all the credit
all
will
here.
say. Okay.
And that's one appetite to lend a hand, correct?
It is, yeah. So you get an extra die, Robin.
All right. Oh gosh.
Roll 3 dice. You can usually do one of these things, like either a devil's bargain, dig in, or lend a hand.
Okay.
So
I have a 1, 2, 6. So 6 was the highest.
all right. You kind of started telling us what this looks like, but how does it stop the ship? Like, how does the ship stop? I guess.
Right. It's like, how before something turns into a black hole, it becomes like a dense neutron star. Well, that's what I've done with this chocolate. It is the densest, most richest chocolate ever. And as soon as it plops into the water, it like immediately starts to slow the ship down and sink to the bottom with this splash and this thud. So that is what
In
I'm
my head, I
envisioning.
love this idea. It's almost like when it hits the water, it's like it shoots like a gun to the bottom.
That's right.
Just
Feet
thunk.
into the silt at the bottom. It just goes down through the water, through the silt. We're not moving.
So yeah, and you tied it to the ship. So like, does the ship have like a strong sort of like recoil effect?
Oh, I would imagine. I mean, I can't imagine what's happening to poor Jim, who's up in the front shoveling food in and now getting jerked back the other direction.
So Jim, I think it's pretty fair to say that you, for the sake of the mechanics, I'm going to be a little mean here and say you can resist if you'd like to. But yeah, you were so focused on getting all of that crab meat into your mouth, and we decided not to throw you into the poop. So, or you took the die? No, so you are in the poop. So you got all the crab meat in your
Oh.
mouth, but you fell into the poop, but you fell backwards, and you just didn't care. You're still gobbling down the crab meat, and you're sliding through the crap right out of, basically, because the bottom area doesn't have doors. It's like meant for cars to come in. Like you pay extra to be like in the covered section. So like you just kind of like slide off, and there's rails for most parts, but not all the parts. So you're literally getting like thrown towards the water because you were just sliding, and then the recoil happened and you got like launched like a cannon. Now the good thing is you're getting launched like towards shore, but there's shore and there's the pier and there's some road signs, which we could have a great Wile E. Coyote moment. But yeah, like you get launched off the boat. You don't land in the water, you get thrown onto the pier, and like your poop stain like rolls out along the pier. And it's, you know, it's like a Luna, so it's like clangy as it happens. And you find yourself roll right up to the shack building. As you just thud. You still have the platters? Like you just like...
Yeah, like basically trying to finish whatever I have as I like slide into play here, and I'll finish that. Look at the shack and say, "Hey guys, I found something here. It might be worth checking out."
So Joe, you Sawyer's like in the main deck, right? So like you're the one who sees like, oh, the ship stops. You get stuck on the wheel, Chickpea, and you get thrown to the front window. But you see, as it happens, one person just gets launched off the boat, shot like a cannon onto the pier, thud, smack, crash. And for a moment there, you don't know if that person's alive.
Captain Chickpea, you may have just killed a federal agent. Do you understand how serious this is? You were talking about not wanting to hurt anybody. You may have just killed another person. As soon as we are back, I am bringing your name up to our superiors, because I don't think you should have a license anymore.
I did nothing of the sort. I wasn't even looking in the right direction. You had the wheel.
Exactly. You weren't looking in the right direction. We almost hit a sign. We almost hit seals. We were driving into a storm, and then at the end of the storm, you had us almost hit this pier, and now the butcher guy is almost dead, or
You
maybe
say the
dead.
seals, and she goes, "Oh no, shit, the seals!" And she grabs what looks to be some kind of cooler on the ground, flips it open, and pulls out some kind of net bag of what can only be like some kind of small fish, and she starts running as fast as she can, but it's like very slow. Like it's like she darts over there, grabs the bag, and she's like moving, like a lot of movements happening, but she's not getting very far. And then she's hightailing it down the ladder, but she's so small, so it takes a little bit. But yeah, like she stops mid conversation and jets.
What? All right. Well, flips open his little booklet and fills out her name, puts the shades back on, and decides that he's going to go either save Butcher or kick him into the water and move on.
Okay. So as we skip to the group of you getting to land, let's go over the case. So when you were at the airport, you were all taken into a small conference room, eventually lit in on the notion that, I'm sorry, you missed your flight. We held you long enough that you all missed your flight. And that's okay, because we've rearranged for you to have another flight in 3 days. And in the meantime, there's a matter of national security. And since you just happen to have some extra time on your hands while you wait for the next flight, USDA Supervisor Ginger Butternut needs your help. This island is called St. Pollo Island. It is an island dedicated to the animal sanctuary of confiscated chickens, largely due to the FDA. They're leaking, losing, missing chickens by the thousand. And it's a more recent thing that it's escalated to those numbers. You know, there's been missing chickens before, and it happens. But the only people that even know this place exists are Navy officers that are not allowed to leave. So the only ships that come in and out, I mean, again, this is the intel you're told, right? Like you don't know how much of it to buy, is a couple contractors like Chickpea here who've been doing this for a long time. You've given some names of people who work on the island. There's basically the Sea Commander Pliskin, who's in charge of the island. There's a head of security, Seaman Wick, who is listed under one of our suspects. There is an administrative officer, Dr. Naring, of German descent, who's also listed under as one of our suspects. But what you're told here is there's a Navy base where they have these confiscated chickens and are allowing them to roam in some kind of safe haven. But we need somebody on the outside to figure out what's really going on, because now there's a lot of chickens missing. And if somehow this is tied to some kind of smuggling thing, I mean, there's hell to pay. So the Navy can't seem to figure out their own shit. The three of you are sent in, figure out what happened to the missing chickens. And then you go back on vacation and resume your lives. The method of how these chickens are going. Now, what we're talking about here is the Cork Board. So Alex, if you don't mind showing us the Cork Board. We're looking at the 3 blue Post-its. These are the things we're trying to figure out to crack the case. We need a suspect. If we can't point a finger at somebody, I mean, how do you crack a case if you can't blame somebody? You got to at least be able to blame somebody, whether it's right or wrong. The method and the motive. So methods, I mean, is the Navy eating the chickens? I mean, it's a Navy base. There's a lot of chickens. There's, if they've been getting away with it, maybe they're just eating more and more. Those bones at the top of the caldera, if you will, like a kaiju, maybe even like an exodal, which is what is named in your case file, some kind of luminescent salamander kaiju that was found deep in the ocean and was destroyed by Secret Agent Pollo. But the bones still remain. And there is that weird administrative officer. I think he's German. So what if somehow they were just being teleported off the island? I mean, it makes sense. I mean, other than, I don't know how you teleport anything, but it makes sense. I mean, like, because they're gone, they're just gone. So a motive. Why would anybody do this? You see pictures, though, of what looks to be some kind of recreational Top Gun paradise of Navy officers hanging out with chickens. And it's got written on it, posh spa, ? Again, you see another page of what looks to be like this salamander, like it's a recreation. It literally looks like an artist's drawing of it, but like maybe like a 10-year-old artist drawing of a luminescent Pokemon like salamander that's like raging on an island. With a person that looks clearly like some kind of like Nazi scientist at the bottom, maniacally laughing and holding their hands up. Could they be trying to revive the kaiju? And then there's this lone snapshot Polaroid picture of a white hen. And it says Daisy Wick, pet chicken. And there's a post-it on the back that's like, whatever you do not fuck with this chicken. And that's kind of your case file. That's what you have to go on. So these are loose, they're broad. Like I said, some have merit, some don't. Ultimately, you're not trying to figure out my case. You're trying to have the most fun you can playing your quirky word characters and see what happens. Because in their lives and in this campaign and the story of everything, this is just another adventure in their tales. It's the mission of the week. It's more about them than it is about this. With that said, we are on Pollo Island. The 3 of you are near the shack. Chickpea is tying up the boat for what that's worth. It seems to be interested in carrying on. Chickpea has grabbed some sardines, and you see strange seals in the water that have half of their faces cybernetic with a red eye, which is not uncommon to any of you, because this is the common treatment of any cybered animals in the government workforce. But these are, yes, they are Navy SEALs. And she is feeding them sardines because, I think it's sardines. It's got the SeaWorld feel. Otherwise, they'll kill you. They'll kill all of you. So, it's a lot better. That's what the red dots are for. Of the 3 of you, who would be the one staring at the prodigy? So, Robin, of the 3 of you, you find yourself staring ahead at the curvy path. You've already made sense that there's actually no one in this shack. It's meant for like supplies or gas and stuff, but it's actually empty. It's just a shack. The windy road, though, clearly looks man-made. Like it looks like, I say man-made, it's weird. It's like it goes to at each edge of that curved windy road up. There's like literally like a ledge with what looks almost to be like a boulder, which clearly has room for there to be something behind it. Like it was meant tactically, but like clearly like Looney Tunes tactically. Like you don't see like hard armament, like hard points and stuff. It's just like, what is somebody gonna be push boulders at us if we come up this mountain?
That sounds just like something that Seaman Wick would do.
But yeah, that's why I mentioned is that like it's a little too odd to not be noticeable, but you're the only one who's catching it, right? So you're thinking of that, Jim, Butcher. You were the first one there. What are you doing at this point? Obviously, Sawyer is with you or coming up to you.
Yeah, you said that he kind of slid up next to this like shack like thing,
Yep.
and Jim Butcher would immediately just kind of switch gears and kind of go into training mode and start like kind of checking that out, like inspecting it and seeing if the door is open. And he's not gonna go in there, but he's just like kind of sizing it up. And then as soon as Sawyer comes over, he'd say, "Hey, check this out, boss."
You walk in and you see one outfit of clothing that looks to be like somebody worked at the zoo, but like as if their body was raptured. Like you just see the clothes like laying there, but like still kind of almost as if it was a person. There is a large canister of what looks to be some kind of like canola oil. The handle on it is kind of glittery and glistening as if like, I've clearly like oily hands that used it, but it's full. It's like this giant full container of like canola oil. And otherwise it's kind of unremarkable. It doesn't actually have like a solid floor. It's just kind of like almost like this aluminum tin can shack meant for a little shelter. You see the remnants of a hammock, and there is a desk in here, but it's just like a table, really. Nothing of note.
Hey, Sawyer. I was just gonna comment free clothes, but check out this oil.
All you think about is this food in this oil.
Yeah. I mean, if you were grilling chicken or making some fried chicken, I mean, you'd probably need oil. You need a lot of oil. So that's one possibility.
Back,
Do you think there's go, please?
I was gonna say, I used to have the taste for chicken, and if you're gonna do it right, this is the stuff. This is
I
how I
used to
do
have
it.
the taste.
That's despicable. I can't believe that anyone would enjoy fried chicken. We got to find out if there's fried chicken here, and if there is, we got to confiscate that. In fact, if you used to have a taste for it, I should just take all of it. There's no way that I'm going to let you around any fried chicken.
Hey, I'm
Uh,
clean. I'm clean. I've turned my life around.
what's all over you right now? What is all that?
It's it's fine. I mean, it's fine.
Uh-huh. I'll just turn and walk out of the shack.
So yeah, you would have like Old Bay seasoning because literally it like poured in your mouth and obviously it was covered like in Old Bay. So you got like that reddish brown powder all over you. But the worst part is that it's accenting like the brown chicken shit paste that's all over you. Because at least it maybe would have been better if you got thrown in the water. But Lemonade's had a lot of time for it to be like washed off in the rain, at least somewhat. But yeah, you got launched to the island where it's no longer raining, and you're just covered in chicken shit paste with Old Bay, which at least you got a little bit of the Old Bay smell up here around here, because otherwise it's just all chicken shit smell. So that's not bad. Something. Yeah, and then lemonade. So I'm sorry, there's nothing going on in the shed. It's unremarkable except for all of that.
Yeah.
And the conversation, they're still talking. So
Right. Well, so I don't know how this could play, but my rivalry is with this Seaman Wick, who is the security person.
sure.
So Lemonade immediately is feeling like he's responsible for these boulders and that there is something maybe, cameras, or maybe it is like if we start up that path, or the boulder's going to come rolling, is there something hiding behind there? Because that would just be like something he would do if, he was up to no good.
What
So,
what perks do you have
the perks.
for the prodigy?
Yeah,
Special
she's
abilities.
method. I can roll instinct to profile someone and put myself in their head for a time, but it risks becoming disturbed, confused, or temporarily lost in character. And then I have perfect substitution. I can spend 2 appetite to roll 1 attribute as if it were another.
Okay. So with those mentioned, there's 2 things we got going on here. There is a Humvee that is going to be coming down that wiry road, screaming Def Leppard. But I mean, like, as soon as possible, if you want to, you could be using method to kind of get in the head of Seaman Wick. If this was someone that you actually knew about ahead of time, which so far you've done really well of playing to that, so that could totally be a thing.
Yeah, well, and so that condition I have where I have to be invite trouble, because I'm impulsive.
Yeah.
Would I be inviting my trouble if I kind of
Oh, you
did,
totally could.
yeah, with the rivalry, like just kind of jumping in? I may not know who's in there for sure, but I'm going to assume that it's him and impulsively try to get into that guy's head.
Okay. So with method, do you want to try to do that ahead of time, or are you waiting till we see who shows up?
Oh no, I'm going to be impulsive with it. So I'm not. I mean, there's really not a lot of thought about this because I am dead sure that I'm right this time.
Okay. Did say you have to roll to start it off?
Okay.
Did it say that? I
Did it say
forgot.
no? It says I can roll instinct to profile someone. Yep. So it
Okay.
does. Mhm.
Why don't we roll instinct and let's just see if you previously were able to profile. So one of the things that's cool is that Blades in the Dark, Leading to Forge in the Dark, brought flashbacks to be a thing because they wanted people who played games like Heist, for example, the core of Blades in the Dark, not to spend the whole time, like finding all the catch-22s, possible traps, kind of sometimes the boring stuff, right? Like, let's not make sure that there's nothing that can possibly go wrong. And then go do the thing, because then it's kind of boring. And we spent 4 hours doing that instead of like the action of the actual interesting part. So flashbacks are always here for you or for anyone to come up with things that, well, duh, like my character would have done this already, or maybe my character would have done that, or maybe I had this. So just know that you can call in flashbacks as needed. And if the more outlandish or the more coincidentally perfect they would be, I might charge you appetite. But a lot of times they're free or cost you 1, so like clearly I
Okay.
want you to do this, so it's free, right? Like you
Sure.
pull back your memory of meeting Seaman Wick years ago when
That's
the bitter
right.
rivalry began, but you're bitter and salty, so you've never forgotten.
I
And
hold a grudge, and that stupid song that's blaring from that Humvee right now is that
good,
song that he
yeah.
played constantly when we were in college together, and I just can't stand that man. So I'll roll the 2.
Okay.
I got a 4 as the highest number.
Okay. I mean, that succeeds. A
Yeah.
4 and a 5 totally succeeds. There's just extra consequences or some added, some part of it sucks, right? But you get whatever you were trying to do. So I would have gave you great effect if I would have announced it, because clearly, like, I love the Def Leppard link, right? Like the flashback Def Leppard link. So yeah, the music's blaring. You remember Seaman Wick like you just spoke to them. And imagine, right? It's Seaman J. Wick. So you picture like this person who was a Navy SEAL in special forces sort of attire, which was kind of casual. Think about like, it's like Dexter, right? It's like he's got like a long sleeve black thermal shirt on and pants and a belt. Looks like he might be like putting on a parachute and going out, but instead he's got a long coat over it. It could also easily play as like a freelance mercenary look, right? But very much looking like Keanu Reeves.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Yes. And with every look towards you, just never ever liked you, like sized you up from the get-go and knew that you'd be trouble, and was always condescending to you, and also probably your age, right? You're just a kid. Maybe you have many memories of being told you're just a kid. But yeah, so that's who you remember as soon as the Def Leppard plays.
Oh, yeah.
Getting into the head of Seaman Wick instantly allows you to know that Seaman Wick is all about testing people, is all about challenges, and is all about preparation. So, for 100%, one for one, right, I can't even say it. That literally, clearly, those boulders are problems. If it's not the boulders, it's something there. Like, so 100%. But you are in the mind of Seaman Wick,
Oh.
and in the moment, you're forgetting that you aren't Seaman Wick. And man, you sure do love to challenge people to make sure they're up to the task, because we need to trim the fat as soon as possible if we're going to actually get anything done around here. And we can't have weak links connected just dragging us down. So Seaman Wick's coming down, and Seaman Wick 2's at the bottom. Both of you are very excited about the anticipated challenges that are about to ensue. What do you do?
So are my partners still in the shack? Are they having their chicken grease conversation in the shack still?
I think Sawyer's left. I think Sawyer came out. I think Jim is going to come out soon,
Okay. I'm just kind of envisioning, do I want to challenge them, or am I gonna do them, so I think I am. I think I'm gonna make it be like, all right, here's the plan, guys. There's those boulders ahead, and this is a test to see if we can make it through without being spotted or caught by the traps. I know what this is all about, and this is a chance to prove ourselves, and so I might even start talking a little bit like Seaman Wick, because I'm just channeling his energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like you should roll. Method would make you really good at this. I just want to know if if they're buying it. I mean, Joe, do you feel like the three of you met in that room in the airport, and then we're put on this boat ride? You don't have this history of each other to really know, even worked with each other in that way. So this person starts talking like somebody else. Like they became somebody different since you walked in the chicken shack and came out or whatever. And is very eager about there's challenges and pointing out these things. So maybe I should kick it to you. How do you respond with that information?
So Sawyer has his trouble is vice, and his vice is fried chicken. And after seeing that oil and Jim Butcher pointing it out, Sawyer's head has been down on the ground trying to see if there's a glistening trail that might point to where fried chicken might be. And then hearing what Lemon is sharing, there's a chance now that he's got it in his head that there's fried chicken here. That's what's happening. People are eating the chicken, made up his mind. And if she's determined the perpetrator, he's going to follow that to determine, okay, I'm going to ride the coattails here. We'll get this done. I'm going to get some fried chicken, and I'm going to solve the case. This is going to be awesome. So at this point, I think Sawyer would show off a little bit, reduce his position on where things are going, and pretend that he's leading by delegating and allowing Lemon to make this accusation, and then him to support what's that next step.
Okay. So the quick short, do you walk forward? Do you head up the trail?
Yes.
I go for the Humvee to come.
Okay. I go with Lemon. Wherever Lemon's going, that's where I'm going.
Now, Lemon's going to let you take the lead. So you're going to take the lead?
Show us what you're made of, man.
Let's go.
And Lemon, do you follow shortly behind?
Yes, and I'm taking notes on form and posture and how he's surveying is he rising to the challenge here?
And Alex, what about Jim? Is Jim right behind, or did Jim run to catch up, or did Jim go take a bath? What is Jim?
Jim's like, Lemon, this sounds like a whole lot of running and physical activity, and I've got a buffet size portion of imitation crab legs in my belly. I think I think why don't you go? Why don't you test yourself? I'll judge. I'll watch things from down here and just kind of check your six and look for clues down here while you do your challenge thing. I don't know what that's about. There seems like there's some kind of backstory there I don't understand.
Such a disappointment. I thought you were made of sterner stuff than that.
You should have seen me when I was scarfing my face. That took a lot of fortitude.
Okay, Sawyer, you start walking up the path. The Humvee is coming fast, but there's many twists and turns. As you're closing up to the first bend, you hear what sounds to be like a chain snap. It makes me think of the Gladiator movie. As a weird pit trap almost opens behind the boulder, and the chain starts rattling as it hits the ground. And as each clank happens, you could feel the links of something running fast and approaching aggressively. And you see what looks to be multiple wolves on chain links coming out from behind the first boulder. And the chains break instead of giving any attention, and they start running down the hill towards you. And you see yourself staring at what seems to be 3, no 6, no 9, no 12 fucking wolves. A pack of goddamn wolves running towards you from behind the boulder. And Lemon's behind you yelling at
Take
Jim
them
Butcher.
down.
Jim's at the bottom of the hill.
Have fun.
In this world, for a little context, so there's Navy SEALs that are like actual like cyborg SEALs.
Yep.
Are these wolves sentient?
You don't think so?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the tell with the cybernetic animals is they all have the red eye, half metal face. Every single one of them. The USDA partners every agent with a cybered animal. The Navy has Navy SEALs and walruses and some other stuff.
Sure.
The FDA, for the most part, does not have cybernetic animals. So it's kind of the lowdown. Is generally it's a total USDA thing, with some in the Navy.
Okay. So I'm
totally
going
possible, right? But it's
okay. Sure.
It's not the norm that these shouldn't be enhanced. I mean, the FDA and the USDA they exist, right? They could have chips and be weird, but like, there's nothing here telling you that. So,
okay. Well, Sawyer is part machine. His Quirk is cyborg.
Oh, there you go.
So I'm gonna say that is an arm, and that it was it's just above the elbow here, or
Okay.
just below the elbow. So this whole part. So he's got a standard.
Don't feel
issue.
limited to just that.
Oh, that's what I'd choose. I appreciate that. Yeah, I choose that. So he's gonna kind of like brace that, have a sidearm out, and he's kind of doing that, and then he's also a black belt in gun fu. So he is ready to roll to kind of protect Lemon behind him, and scare these wolves away by firing just past them, making as much noise as possible, and trying to like kind of jump around, flip around on any kind of boulders or rocks or elevation.
It could work. Yeah.
Would I be able to lend a hand by like shouting out to you, like the directions, like 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock,
Yeah,
two of them coming from. All right.
Do you have an approach that would help you deliver that information?
Let's see. Well,
And
the tough cookie, I think, in a way, my tough cookie, like I can stay calm under pressure, and I'm just able to like pick it all out and give it to him without panicking.
I can imagine like one of the wolves even running up to you, just like kick it as you keep giving directions, right? Like,
yeah, bonk it with my clipboard right in the snoot.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll give you an extra die. Because it was so surprising. I mean, like we're really on that border of risky and desperate. I'm going to say we're going to give it risky, because what I really like is the question you asked me, I didn't think of it in the terms of you being a cyborg. So let's make it risky, because like they actually do have chips. But it's not like they're not like super enhanced, but like because you're a cyborg, it's like you can tell that there's like a frequency coming from each of them. It's like It'd be like if you were all on the same network, you'd have Wi-Fi or something, but there's not like a network, but it's like you can just tell that you're getting what would it be, like a ping from each of them or something, like it's there. So yeah, that actually alerted you, just a hair quicker, right? So like literally as they burst through, to everyone else's surprise, when it was like 3, 6, 9, 12, it was really like, oh, 12 bogeys, like you had some kind of like sonar going on that were popping out. Okay, so it's risky for you, and the description and the timing sounds like you could have great effect here. Obviously, if it doesn't go well, it's clearly going to worsen your position and effect here. So let's see how it goes. What attribute do you think you'd roll?
Yeah, I'm thinking guts.
Okay.
Because
Keeping it cool.
he's going into it. I think if I was kind of running away or trying to figure out a way to get clear, then I might think instinct. But I think with this, it's guts, because he's kind of like planting himself and establishing a foundation and trying to make himself bigger than he is.
Okay. Give it a roll.
All right.
And
My highest is 4.
Okay. With the 4, I mean, succeed. There's just more problems to come about because of it. I think another one that I'd like to do here, we said it's risky, so it's not desperate. They're coming at you, and your intention was what? You wanted them to.
I wanted to scare them away. Like I knew that I didn't have quite enough rounds in my gun. I knew that it'd be, it'd take at least a couple of shots if I didn't really sniper them in. So my goal was to get them to turn and go away and think that I am a huge threat.
I'm going to give you cocky. It's going to work, right? It's going to work well, but so well that you're like, oh, it's like you felt like you just hand waved them off, and everything just seems to have working for you so far, right? Like you did steer the ship.
Hell
you
yeah.
did come down. Like he's okay. Like clearly you're going to rise to the challenge. And then when you were even told like, oh, be careful up there, you're going to be tested, you were like, all right, be gone. And they just all scattered back the way they came, kind of off the cliff and off the sides. Yes, you take cocky. They scatter back, for the most part, back kind of in the area of the boulder or like along the cliff sides and kind of running around. You get to the first bend. The Humvee is probably about 2 or 3 bends up. What does Lemonade think of that? Like he easily dispatched this group.
Right. You get full marks on that one. And she is impressed by how he is rising to that challenge. I'm not sure how long I'm lost kind of in Seamanwick's like character, or when I start to come back, but as long as I'm still kind of channeling some of that energy, I'm very focused and driven and just really looking at the challenge here and assessing my peers in their rise to the challenge.
You can see that the next bend and almost compute like what would Seamanwick do? Seamanwick would clearly escalate, right? Like, okay, so maybe it was a fluke. So he took care of my wolves, man. The second boulder on the second bend, you do see a firmament sort of rise up, and you see what looks to be equivalent of some kind of cannon begin to unfold. As it kind of rises and then shifts, and then this tube thing turns, and then like a little scope thing points, and you see that the barrel looks giant, and this almost comical rocket head pops out. And it's aimed in the direction of our resident hotshot, who is not looking at it at all, who is actually admiring his handiwork as he walks into the first bend and is kind of shooing away the last of the wolves.
Oh, yes, I suppose, living creatures are one thing, but what can he do against technology? This will really be the challenge to see if he can rise to the occasion.
Now, Jim Butcher, you're at the bottom.
Yep.
I don't necessarily, well, we'll say, because it's almost like a show. Like if you had popcorn, you'd be watching. So yeah, you do see the weird thing happen at the second bend. But what do you do?
Oh, he's concerned. Like he doesn't
He's
really
not
want to
coming at
like
you.
get involved in these challenges, but he certainly doesn't want to see any harm come to his companions. So he's going to try to get Sawyer's attention. He'd be like, "Doc, your chicken foul."
Okay. I love the complicated nature of that. So I think you got to roll just to properly communicate in that case.
Yep.
As we mentioned, you're a carnivore. You're spicy. What was your third one?
Half baked.
Okay. So yeah, I could see how like this could just be miscommunicated. Like you meant to say the right thing, but what would you like to roll to try to like get to get Sawyer to understand what the hell you're trying to tell him in time?
I think it'd probably be charm. Like
I agree.
he's trying to figure out like the best way to communicate to Sawyer to like alert him of danger, but
You're in control. Like there's no risk to you, right? So you don't have any necessary risk. And obviously the effect should be great because like by time. But again, if it fails, like it doesn't do any help to Sawyer. So
could I do a devil's bargain?
of course. Though the bargain is generally for you. So you can throw out the idea and we might play with it.
I think maybe it could be like if this fails, it might I might be in the crosshairs, or like I might be the thing that's like garnering
That's so
the.
good, and you volunteered it. Like I love it. But the problem is a devil's bargain happens either way.
Oh no.
So it's so good and I love it, but that's because it would happen either way. So
So then I
I-
roll an extra one.
you would, but at the same point, like I feel
Oh.
like that's entrapment if you didn't know the rules that I forced
Oh,
upon
okay.
you. So you don't have to do that.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
Yeah. So why don't you just roll without the devil's bargain?
I got a 6.
Okay, no problem. So so you hear these three words that almost wouldn't make sense, but given your conversation in the shed, for some reason they compute. You, with a moment's notice, realize that a rocket shoots towards you, and the rocket splits like a spaceship rocket into another rocket, which shoots even faster at you, but then has 4 wings, one on each side, that flutter off. And the third rocket, in this space of maybe 40 feet or something, out of the first, out of the second, out of the third, launches at you, which actually comes out looking something more like a javelin. It's coming right at you. You can almost imagine that like the zoom in of the camera pan would say like Seaman Wick on this side, right? As it would like angle, we'd read it and then angle back towards you. And it's going right at the side of your head, but you turn, it's going right towards between your eyes, but you have this time. So what do you do?
I am, oh man. I'm going to
And I'll tell you right now, like if you just
Yeah.
move out of the way, you don't have to roll anything. Like you just move out of the way.
okay.
But if
I'm
you
just
want to do
gonna-
something else,
Well, so I want it to be cool, right? So I'm gonna move out of the way, but I'm gonna like kind of take my badge and I'm gonna like whip it up in the air so that the spear hits the badge and will kind of like nosedive a little bit sooner than it would have, so that we can, if needed, inspect it, and maybe use it to kill the offender in some sort of sweet justice.
I'm just gonna allow it because you got the setup, right? I mean, that's really what the cool part is. What Alex did, it would have been considered almost like a setup action. Like you would have had more effect of doing something here because like you saw it coming, even if it's just a split second. You could have done something, right? Like he kind of gave you that opportunity, or gave you so much effect that I just said you could get out of the way. Like you don't even need the roll, right? But I like it so much more. You're not actually like, you don't care if the badge gets ruined. You're just trying to make it so this thing doesn't fly off the cliff. So yeah, you throw up the badge. The badge, yeah, you hear this ding sound, and that thing gets launched into outer space. Like it just deflected and gone. But The spear itself then loses half its momentum and then goes clang, 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 and finds itself like kind of loosely dangling like towards the cliff end, with the point, sticking, but like it spins on the axis of the end, and it's dangling on a cliff side. If anyone cares enough to go run and grab it.
Yeah, I'm all over that. I'm running towards it. I want to catch that thing.
Okay. You run, you grab it. A wolf almost bites you in the ass, but you give it the look that you did of dominance a moment ago and scared it away. So you take that spear, that javelin, if you will. It looks like a sweet, like sort of blue steel, some kind of like really awesome metal. You're pretty sure they made like submarines out of this or something. And then you can see on the side that it's literally like emblazoned with a seaman wick on the side. It's got some kind of weird insignia, like it's like, a death mark or something on it. Some kind of like arrow.
Made in Cupertino.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Alex, where do you come up to them at this point? They're kind of at the first bend. The Humvee is coming down, clearly gonna reach them before they would get any much further. So, or do you just watch from the bottom?
I think he's gonna come up as soon as he sees the wolves disperse. Then yeah, he'll get a little bit closer. He'll come up and still probably be like, I don't know, tagging a little bit behind, just kind of following and watching, but get closer to him.
And Robin, what does Lemonade say or do, given all this stuff that just
Now
happened?
she's giving full marks. I mean, this was a
Yeah.
very impressive performance, and she's feeling like we haven't really met much before, had a conversation, except for like the brief anchor conversation, I imagine. But now it's like this is a worthy peer and somebody that is dependable, and so making those literal notes about how the challenge was met.
The Humvee pulls up. It's very clear, again, because you used method. As the Humvee is about to get to the group, you're like, you can almost see the future of the dick move of the Humvee kicking all the dirt to the side to abruptly pull up, so that the driver could then like kick the door open and like look and hang out for effect.
Yeah.
You see it coming.
So I'm going to pointedly look at a different direction so that effect is completely wasted on me. And I'll point out to Sawyer, like, oh, look at the bones at the top of this, so we're just ignoring his grand entrance.
Okay. Which I love that she pointed out to Sawyer. So Jim Butcher gets blasted with like rock and dirt and mud that gets.
I didn't know he was coming up behind us.
And Sawyer, how did you get out of the way? I mean, I'm assuming you moved or at least turned your head or something, ducked. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean the cool shades that I have help protect my eyes, but I kind of picked up with my cybernetic arm and the spear and just kind of like casually shielded my face like that as I'm looking at what Lemon's pointing out.
Yeah, and then Jim, I mean, you're wearing a lot of brown right now.
Well, I think at this point, like, getting kicked into all this dirt and whatever, like, ugh. I took those clothes from the shack. I'm just gonna strip down naked and like put these clothes on. Like, I don't care who's watching, but I'm getting some clean clothes.
And suddenly you look like an animal handler, like at the zoo. This is great. What would be the name that's embroidered on your tag, like on your shirt?
Oh,
It'd just be a first name.
it just says barbecue.
Barbecue. Okay. All right. So barbecue. This is happening. Did you turn around at least, or did you just now? Like the cover is the other two people standing in front of you.
Yeah, he's not taking any. There's no modesty happening.
The Humvee kicks the dirt. It pulls up in front of the two of you, the three of you, really. It gets really, really close as it turns at the last moment. And you see, it's really out of the prodigy's eyes. You see Seaman Wick, just as you remember Seaman Wick, his head to Except for Seaman Wick has what looks to be like the sailor outfit from Popeye on. You got that white sailor shirt with that open cuff that's got like the blue trim lines and blue shorts on. little sort of, ankle shoes or ankle boots. And otherwise, I mean, this looks like a rough and tumble, almost like out of like the Dark Knight movies Humvee. It looks really badass, but not the driver. So the driver points at the three of you with a red marker that says Mr. Sketch on the side. So this is who they sent this time, huh? And it looks to be that you might actually be good at something. So get in and let's figure out if you can come to a conclusion where no one else has. Something's wrong on this godforsaken island. And it's not the chicken.
The big skull?
He doesn't respond to you. You're all supposed to get in.
Show us your credentials.
He looks at you, points the marker at your face. I mean, it's funny because he almost comically leans so far that he shouldn't be in the driver's seat anymore, but to get in your face, it's like, I'm Seaman Wick, head of security on this island. If anything, if I say you're okay, then you're secure. So what you really should be asking is whether or not I allow your ass to hang out on my island. It looks like you might be good enough.
So you're the one that threw this spear at us or shot this spear at us, huh?
No, I didn't shoot it.
Oh.
I launched it from he goes into the description, a very intense technical description of the unique device that was created by NASA to launch at rocket speeds and propel a dart that could literally like shatter a satellite in space at you.
And yet it missed two people that were standing very in close proximity. If you tweak the parameters and, and so the prodigy Lemon will counter with a
the eye
analysis of her own, because his attempt was a failure and a pretty spectacular failure at that.
There's got to be a margin of error, or otherwise it'd kill everyone. you know that the blade that's a cop out, but
right. Cute outfit. Very cute. So she'll just go to her like salty side and insult his fashion sense.
Enough nerd talk. Let's figure this out. Let's get this fried chicken. Let's go home.
I like to think that too, if you get in at that point, that's when everyone realizes that, like, Jim's half naked behind you. And of course, like, he put on the shirt first, right? So
Donald ducking his way to the Humvee.
Hold on, I'm coming. Let me zip up.
Def Leppard blares. So there's a little conversation that's made of any note as you ascend back up. You see basically these he's got like a little hand device where he's like turning devices off as you come back up. They're all like proximity. You reach the mainland, and ahead of you, there is when you get to the caldera, right? It's like grassy, and you see what looks to be like a Fort Knox penitentiary sort of thing, like ahead of you, surrounded by like barbed wire gates and walls, and there's like little manned areas with spotlights and turrets and towers and stuff. But as you get closer and closer, it's surprisingly unmanned. Like there's a few people, perimeter and tower top, but like three. Like if you really look, like maybe there's like three people. And then when you get really close to the gate, you see that the gates are open. The gate fence on the outer perimeter, and then the gate inside, right? Like of the inner building compound is open. And you can see through that gaping arch some almost like remote paradise within. And as it gets closer and closer, you can see that within there are Navy personnel frolicking. There are chickens, kind of like playing soccer and volleyball, using their beaks, feathers. There are blankets laid out, a man-made pool, multiple buildings, one that looks like some amazing outdoor cafeteria surrounded by like outdoor seating. It looks like if heaven was for men, not women, only men and chickens. This would be it. Then it looks like Top Gun. Like there's literally like people like sunbathing. There is a lot of booze and a lot of what you maybe would guess psychedelics over time, but that needs some closer inspection. But clearly what is not happening is any sort of hardcore military work of some kind. I mean, everyone here is vacationing. Yeah, and as you stroll in, there's literally a person at each gate door who looks, I mean, almost doesn't respond until you get really close and they see Wick and they respond, but like high as a kite. And you get into the area at which he takes you up to one of 5 buildings. One looks kind of like a hospital. One's like this cafeteria thing. Looks like one might be some kind of a gym based on some of the outdoor equipment. Another one looks like some kind of a shed. And then there's like an administrative building. Though slightly in the back and higher, it's hard to miss that there is a lighthouse here. Clearly like not hot because of the elevation of the island or the steepness of it or something where you couldn't see it from the lower level. But yeah, there's a lighthouse, black and white stripes and all, but that's a little off to the back. He rides you right up to the front of one of these buildings. Clearly this is the administrative building that I was talking about. He stops the vehicle abruptly. He then just looks at the 3 of you. So this is Sea Commander Pliskin's office. You also find Dr. Naring inside. I'm sure one of them can help you get acquainted. He looks at the prodigy. This is where you get out.
I'll get out when I'm ready to get out. I'm ready to get out. I'll get out. All right,
Okay.
gentlemen, or I'm sorry, Jim, your pronouns are they, them, right? So, all right, Jim, Sawyer, any ideas where we start?
Got to look at all the door handles and see if any of them look greasy, because that's where they're making the fried chicken.
It's funny.
You see that lighthouse?
Yeah.
If it was some kind of smuggling thing, like that would be real convenient, right? Having a lighthouse to signal boats. I'm trying to help.
For sure. And sometimes oil can light on fire. So maybe they're even using the oil as like a 2-for-1, they're
pretty efficient.
Frying chicken, they're lighting the lighthouse. All right, okay, let's go see.
So he drops us off at this building and then we just immediately leave to go to the lighthouse.
All of the buildings aren't too far away other than the lighthouse, which is like still like you're like I could probably jog over there in like 5 minutes, right? Like it's not that far. It's just more that there's a little bit of a hill to get up to it, like field in front of it. Yeah, so do you all go to the lighthouse first?
Absolutely.
All right.
I watch a lot of movies about islands, and the secrets are always in the lighthouse building on the island.
Great, yeah.
Plus, it's the opposite direction of where Seaman Wick pointed us to. So,
yeah.
Lemon is totally for this.
The 3 of you get out. Like I said, as you look around, you just see this sort of weird, very strange paradise. That clearly, like, they're kind of good at. Because, like watching a chicken play volleyball, it seems almost impossible, but with enough time and effort. I mean, the ball's got to get pretty low to the ground for them to be able to do anything. But like enough of them, doing what do they call it? A bunt, like
Yep.
It can work. They just have to assist the human counterparts for that sort of spike move. But yeah, as you don't spend the time to ponder that, you start ascending up towards the lighthouse. Now, when you kind of break away from the 5 buildings, one thing you do pass, because I know that Sawyer was looking at the door handles, is one of them is like a shed-like building. It's pretty large, like a barn, if you will. And there's a gentleman out front, looks a little bit like Morgan Freeman with overalls on. And he's got 2 of those buckets of oil. And he's walking into the building. And you can see that in the building, there's several inside. And these door handles are clearly oiled up, but so does it seem like maybe his gloves are. So There is another building, which you think is the clinic, but as you get close to it, if it is a clinic, which it has a sign outside that says it is, off to the side, you can see that a lot of people are like tanning that are kind of like around the outer one side of the building is like outdoor tanning. And there are also these large containers of oil there, and you can see them glistening in the sun. Them and the chickens that are also sunbathing, by the way. If that doesn't stop you, you do make it up to the first ledge, which then has sort of like this open area. And you see a younger woman who is placing all of these sort of metal devices that look like mostly kind of like thin, I don't want to say aluminum again, but like thin metal devices that seem to have like little spiraling things on them. They look like mixes of like weather pans and stakes, if you like tall stakes and almost like Halloween decoration sort of things. But she's got some method to her madness. She's like layering them out, and there's a ton of them that are kind of all over this large open field. That's kind of just like a shelf of land, not far off between both the compound area and the lighthouse. She looks a little bit like a scientist, but like a little less business casual. I'm a little more business casual. So she's got the lab coat on, but it's open, and inside you see like, you know, V-neck and jeans that are a little more stylish. She's got glasses on. Her hair looks like it's really dolled up for being on this island. And she's got an air that's a little more energetic, not really bubbly, not like the ditzy bubbly thing, but more just like energetic, and like every movement's just got a lot of energy. She turns and looks as the three of you are coming, because you're walking, right? Because I haven't seen Wake didn't leave the vehicles. I think you try to come into the vehicle, but yeah. So as the three of you approach, whether or not you wanted to talk to her, she comes running forward with a clipboard in one hand and her hand waving. Oh my God, finally! People who clearly you're not with the Navy. Who are you with? She gravitates to Jim Butcher. So she goes running up to you in particular. Who are you with? You clearly are not FDA. Are you with like no, you wouldn't be USDA either. National Weather Service? No, it's not plaid enough. I mean, I'd know you if you were from like, you know you like NOAA, National Oceanic Atmospheric and something.
We're from an organization that's so new we don't have any alphabet soup yet.
She looks stunned. She's just like, I can't go back any further. She takes her pen and she starts scribbling on the paper. You don't know what it is, but
I didn't tell you much. What are you writing?
she turns it towards you. She's drawing a picture of you with a big question mark.
Oh, I like that.
It's not bad, honestly, like for reading scribbles. What are the other two of you doing? Because now that she's actually drawing a picture of something. She does have an ID tag, and it does say of NOAA, which is the National Oceanic and Atmospheric something. So she's of a different government department. But what you also see above that, it says intern. So she's not someone notable of such a place. But.
Well, I think Lemon would be seeing if she could surreptitiously maybe take a look at one of those metal things while Jim Butcher has the attention of this young lady.
It's clearly a device that's one, it's staking an area of ground, like she's mapping the ground, something about the ground. In each one of the it's like some kind of a gauge, almost like a thermometer. It's some kind of a reading device of, it looks like depth.
Okay.
If you had to guess. So it looks like she's mapping out something that's under the ground, but getting an idea of how big it would be using these devices, and probably in some way getting a recording of what would be like the size, right? Like mapping out the size. And from what you can see, I mean, it's big. It's really big. But yeah, because you're the prodigy, I'll even give you it doesn't seem like it's complete. It seems like it kind of ends abruptly as you walk further out. Like it's like she was like really adamant about how while she was doing this, she ran out of them or something. So
Okay, so my impression is she's kind of staking it out to try to measure this, but then maybe ran out of devices or just hasn't gotten to
it's very much what it
the
looks like.
whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Your
And
brain seems to be like, oh, that's weird. It's weird how like kind of almost like partial fishbowl, and then you're like, oh, she just ran out.
mhm.
In the meantime, what is Sawyer doing?
Just heading to the lighthouse. He's
Oh,
ready to
yeah.
keep going. Yeah. No time to waste here. She's clearly another nerd. And we just need to get to this lighthouse and find this fried chicken.
Jim, you see her tag, and whether you care or not, but her name is Darcy Lewis. So she clearly is one of the suspects that was listed in your brief file. Though the only thing they said was that she was new here. She was an intern. So that clearly makes her a suspect.
So Jim is going to tell her that we're here we're monitoring the levels of use of canola oil, and he's going to start asking her some questions about that clinic over there, and if does she know like how much do they go through, and just like kind of fishing for information about it.
You have carnivore. What were the other two? Spicy.
Spicy and half baked.
Sorry, and every time I always ask you about half baked. So you're asking her, this doesn't seem too crazy. You seem really interested, right? Because you're spicy. What's she buy? She's just really happy someone's talking to her. So yeah, you're saying this, you're giving her the time of day. She's drawing the picture. She's got the giant question mark. You're actually you're entertaining it. So she seems really like she gets kind of close to you, as she's like almost like a person who's like really, really happy you exist. Like when she's showing you the picture and she's kind of laughing giddy, like more, just over eager, right? Of like of a person that's like with you. And she tries to tell you what you ask. So she's like, you said you're here for canola oil.
So
What did you say?
Like at this point, like she's being nice and whatever, and one of his troubles is romance. He falls head over heels for the first person, whatever. Like he's just like, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I lied to you. I gotta be honest with you. And like he just like lays it all out, like why we're here, and he like spills the beans.
Okay, yeah, because she's like trying to explain the canola oil thing to you, and you're like, you stop, and you're like, what? Okay, now you do that, right? And it is your trouble. So it feels only right that there's a little bit of problem that comes from it. So you start spilling the beans. She's like, you lied to me? Why would you lie to me? You just met me.
Well, then I got to know you in the 90 seconds we've been talking, and then I was like, oh, I felt real bad, so I thought I'd come clean to you because you seem like a really genuinely good person, and I just couldn't have that because like that's a bad way to start this relationship. Not that this is a relationship
I like
yet,
she's
or
like backpedaling this whole time until she like bumps into the prodigy like 8 feet away. Like,
And I quickly hide the thing that I pulled out of the ground behind my
Sure.
back because
and she kind of jumps. She's like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were there. I was whew, that's a lot. It's so why are you here?
I mean I'm with Jim here. Same reason.
She looks at you like you're like she tries to play it cool, but it's like really like she leans forward. She's like, is it about the canola oil? You're here to find out about the canola oil.
Well, we're thinking the canola oil may be a factor. Jim, what did you tell this person?
at first lies and then the truth.
So Alex, why don't we give you a chance to redeem yourself here just to see if like maybe you pull this off, like, and Lemonade didn't end up lying directly in response that would have sent her packing. So what would you roll? See if you can kind of pull this back together.
I think it makes sense that it would be charm. How does the dig in work again?
You just explain how one of your approaches would help you, and you get an extra die. or extra effect, depending.
Okay, I think he's gonna use charm, and the approach is he's gonna use half baked. He's gonna be like, I thought I with the back of the debrief, I did think it was canola oil because like I heard that word used a couple of times, but I guess it's really about the missing chickens, and he's gonna like try to like explain that it's just his kind of airheadedness
Sure.
that.
Yeah. Maybe you literally. It's funny to think you'd be the one with the case file, but like, I wouldn't be surprised that Sawyer wouldn't have it. I would think maybe Lemonade does, but maybe she was like, I already memorized it. She just handed it to you.
I've got my own. It has a lot more detailed
Yeah,
notes.
yeah, that's right. You redid it like with like the summary that was an
Properly.
important summary. Yeah, properly. So yeah, you literally have the prop. You said you're gonna dig in, right? So go ahead and what attribute are you gonna roll?
I'll roll charm.
Okay, go and roll charm. It's in control, right? No, it's risky because if you fail, she'll walk away. She'll just kind of be done with you. So risky, and obviously it actually would have great effect because like literally like it kind of opens more of a romantic option than not because it's like you did try, it'll play better in hindsight than it did on the spot. So
All right. I rolled it's just an extra one die that you roll, right?
yeah,
3.
okay. So what? It was only risky, we said. So we know she's gonna walk away, but I think she's gonna cause you some. Well, you already invited your trouble. Yeah, so I think we could make your trouble worse for one, and we'll tick that danger clock. So we're gonna tick the danger clock, just giving it a second mark here. That's 2 out of the 4. Not too crazy. We're halfway there. And I said that, and it's risky, but yeah, because I'm gonna give you 2 things instead of putting it all on the danger clock. But I'm gonna invite your trouble for half of that. And it's kind of one of those things where like if you're in control and I want to use the consequences for the danger clock, which usually you won't, you kind of like, but he could, that would be worth like 1 tick of the clock. If it was risky and I wanted to put it all towards the clock, it'd be like 2 segments, right? And then desperate, right? If I put it all towards it, could be like 3. So that's kind of where the mindset is of if I wanted to pour it on the danger clock. So she looks to you and she's like, no, I don't think it's any of that. I just can't trust you. I mean, like a person who would lie to another person, like my life is all about science, and that's the truth. And you started with a lie. Like, I don't even know if she takes the picture and she crumbles it up. She throws it at you.
No.
I don't even know who you are. And that makes you nothing to me. And she turns around and she walks over to her devices and like just starts like fiddling, which clearly the point of it was to be that it really hits you hard. Lemon, you're left staring at what clearly is a broken heart.
Yeah, but I'm a bitter, salty, tough cookie, so I'm not really caring. I'm noticing that our Mr. Squash has moved ahead to the lighthouse, and I'm just like, come on, Jim, pick yourself up and let's go. There'll be other fish in the sea.
You think so?
Let's go.
Okay.
And,
Maybe
and
there's someone for me at the lighthouse.
as you're walking away, almost maybe like arm pulled away by the prodigy, you see that Darcy has a necklace that's dangling and it's of a fish. There's just one fish.
No.
Okay. Back at the lighthouse, for the person who didn't stop, I feel like the never-ending, march of Sawyer gets to the front door. When you stand outside of it, right, it seems very tall. There's that moment where it's just like it's really tied in very well into the mount, like the cavernous side. And since this island was meant to be hidden, like from potential, people to find it, they've actually have like a slot in the mountainous wall where like the light from the lighthouse could beacon out of it, but otherwise you wouldn't see the lighthouse from the sea. So it's very weird. when you look up the cavernous sort of mountainside here, because they literally like sort of kind of wrap around part of the lighthouse, you can see like the white shavings and the white, like, I almost want to say like confetti of like the bones, right? Whether it's over time or actual battle from way up on the top that has just kind of like littered the, you know, the mountainside here. But when you find yourself, you're standing on this worn mat that says welcome, or at least it did. It just says come. And you see the door, which it's funny because it's a red door. Like they literally changed the door and it looks like a house door. And do you knock? There's a little box that's clearly some kind of mailbox, and it has a lot of mail in it that's hanging, and it says H.cox.
I pound on the door
Mhm.
and I shout in FDA, open up.
Okay. Let me hear you. So the door opens and you see a chicken. You see a chicken, and clearly the chicken has pulled some string that has like a pulley device that opens the door. And the chicken looks at you and says, "Bagok."
I look at the chicken, feeling everything's gone right, right? I am the cockiest son of a bitch right now. And I look this chicken dead in the eye and I say,
What are your hopes?
and I'm intuiting, show me where your friends are buried.
What would you like to roll to see if this works?
Charm.
Okay.
Charm.
Roll charm. I do give you some, you know, maybe more than you think, is that you are a cyborg, and maybe there's some way that this can help you translate. So I'm not gonna make it as, it should be limited, right? Like you're talking to a chicken, like it's just, but we're gonna give you standard if it works, as if there's some way and some possibility that your cyborg nature allows you to somewhat actually intuit, at least to some degree, how to speak to a chicken.
Okay. All right.
What you don't know is there's actually a chicken psychiatrist on this island, so there's a little bit of background of talking to chickens on this island.
Okay. All
There's
right.
something there.
Well, I rolled a 1.
Okay, so we said it was risky. Probably, or if I didn't say it's risky, only because clearly this can go wrong. And like maybe you don't get in, or there's a lot of chickens or something to attack you. So I think I would throw all that at the danger clock. And the reason I tell you that is, well, first of all, what is your trouble? Just to make sure I wouldn't play on that.
Yeah, it's a Vice fried chicken.
Oh yeah.
And if Dr. Tweety catches a whiff, she's gonna want my head.
God, is that fun though? So instead, obviously, we're gonna, you know, like you find yourself alone. There is a chicken in front of you that opened the door. You speak to the chicken, and you see that the chicken is like glistening, as if someone had already sort of like oiled it up. Which isn't the first one you saw like that. There was others that were like kind of like outside the spa that were like glistening too. And when it opens it and says that, it kind of lets you in, right? And when it lets you in, it turns and you just like see the back of it. And as you walk in, you see nobody. And you just feel consumed with that need for fried chicken. And there's nobody to stop you right now.
I look around and see if is there any like oil? Is there a something that I can dunk this chicken in?
So what would you need? You just talking like a barrel or something, or some kind of like pot?
I'm thinking, yeah, anything that like a heating element, right? Because I need that oil to temp. It's already glistening, so I don't need a lot of extra oil, but I just need something where I can like get that chicken in a vessel, because I know I can
You
kill
see
this
what looks to
chicken.
be like a small table with like a portable chemistry lab, which does have like a heating element and has some bottles that were meant, clearly for like chemicals that were smaller. But there is the one that's like the cup, it's like the pitcher.
Yeah.
And a chicken, when you take those feathers aside, doesn't need that much space.
Is there anything that looks like a powder?
What kind of powder? Like what you looking
like
for?
like a flower, I need to, if I can, I'd like to baste it, or not base, coat it in something.
What would be? Maybe there'd be like a bag of salt or something.
Okay, yeah,
Is
that'll work.
trying to think of like what kind of chemical compound they might have, because it's Darcy's. It's actually Darcy's from over there, like some of
Okay,
like her little chemistry set that she brought.
sure.
Trying to think of what else she might have. So I'm reaching. I don't know if it would be that.
Yeah.
But yeah, we could say it's some kind, either that or like some kind of calcium carbonate or something.
Like a mineral of some sort. Okay, yeah. Okay, then at that point, I'm gonna use my gun fu and try and like pistol whip this chicken, so that I can roll it around in this salt, and throw it onto the Bunsen burner, and like kind of, 10% of me is looking at this door, making sure that nothing else comes in, but
Okay.
Yeah.
And so the two of you walk up to the lighthouse. You see I like to think that the door is slightly ajar, but Sawyer's probably a little bit paranoid about this. There's probably a little bit. So it's probably enough that you would have like shut the door. So you see the door, it doesn't like seem fully locked. There's just something about it when you go, if you push the handle or turned it, it would open, but it's still shut. So the two of you walk up, you see the mailbox loaded with stuff, obviously to address to somebody named Cox. There is the welcome mat, right? And the two of you walk up. I think Jim Butcher is still looking backwards, like dragged this far. But Lemonade, what are you doing?
I'm saying to Jim, I have a theory. We saw a lot of mindless men and pampered chickens. What if there's a mind swap going on and the chickens are men and the men are the chickens? And so she's going into this really elaborate mind swap theory, completely oblivious that Jim is like not paying attention at all.
But I think when we get to the door, like there's some noise happening in there, like with the pistol whip, right? And I think he's been there before. He's gonna recognize these sounds and be like, "Shh."
Oh, what do you hear?
I'm not quite sure. Sawyer, and he's gonna bust open the door and be like, "No, no, I'm oh Sawyer," and I'm gonna kind of go over to him and kind of be like, "No, stay with me, Sawyer. Don't give in. You're better than this."
So what we need to know now is Sawyer, you need to make a roll to see how far along you were.
Okay, sure.
How far did you get?
Okay.
Now, clearly you wanted this to succeed.
Yes.
So what would you have used? What attribute would you use to try to make this happen? And you are a carnivore, right? So there was no part of this that was like hard for you to do. Like,
Yeah, I'd say it's instinct. I think it's he's just, all faculty has left, right? And it's all nature right now.
go ahead and roll your instinct.
Can I dig in?
Yeah, of course.
And
Plus
then
the 2 appetite.
I'm gonna use reckless as well. So something's going to explode.
I can't get enough of that.
I got a 6.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't tell you because it's clearly risky standard, because I just wanted to see if it happened or not. I mean,
Sure.
it's probably in control, right? Because we already know the guy. It's more just to see if you did it. I could have, I guess, used a fortune roll or something, some other means of instead of an action roll. But yeah. So to your horror, or maybe I believe, Jim Butcher, as you say all these things, you go in the motions to do it, and you see what looks to be like a pitcher beaker on the heating element, and inside some kind of stuffed pink creature. It's jammed in there, and it's hot. Like it's could be boiling, but like there's not enough water moving around the creature in the thing.
So he hasn't eaten anything yet.
No, he hasn't. But like it's all laid out. Like you actually see like like the he's like laid out this like salt thing that when he pulls it out, he's gonna spin it around in. But yeah, that chicken's cooked. I mean, maybe not to the level of where you the temperature. It's not 165 degrees, but it's dead.
It looks good. I mean,
It
you
does.
shouldn't do this. This goes against all of the training we've been through.
You're right. It should cook a little longer. Put it back in and turn the heat up even higher.
Lemonade, what do you do? I mean,
Well, yeah,
obviously,
Lemonade is
Jim burst in,
horrified. Yeah,
and
like
then
I'll follow.
you're like in the
after.
doorway, and you can
Mhm.
kind of like, you're the dark shadowy presence. Your shadow like lines up against the two of them as a crack of lightning outside flickers in the sky, sort of thing.
And it's well because her theory that she was just sharing with Jim involved like the mind switch between men and chickens, and then seeing this bird shoved in and being cooked. There's horror on several levels just going on right now. And
Others all over the ground.
yeah, it's like just standing there in a moment of, I mean, it even shakes the tough cookie a little bit to see like, what are you doing, Sawyer? That's like cannibalism.
What? No, it's not. It's chicken. It's chicken. I'm just gonna get this one bite, this one piece.
Are you sure?
That's it, and then I'm done.
Are you sure it's chicken?
No one's gonna talk about it, right? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're on a remote island. No one knows that we're here. This is what we need to do. We're gonna figure out, because this is how they're cooking these chickens
I'm
for
gonna
everybody.
slap him across the face and say, "Snap out of it, man!" Not to hurt you,
Sunglasses
but just
fly
a
off.
one of those things.
Slap.
How
So,
dare you?
Eventually, what we're gonna want for the group to do, or else, is to crack the case.
Right.
All the crack the case is if you come up with a suspect, a method, and a motive, a lot of times to really get down to the bottom of if any of them are correct, we would create clocks and need a number of successes to really like work out the information to be like, oh no, without a doubt, you pretty much got evidence that it's this. In the one shots, usually I don't worry about that as much because clearly just for time, right? Like, and to really be like working each angle. So what I usually do is I just let you spitball, right? Like your suspect, method, motive. And for each one of them that I think you got enough right, you get a D6 to roll for cracking the case. And what that is if you've played like Forged in the Dark or Blades in the Dark, it basically is like an engagement roll. It tells us that in the climactic action scene, which will ensue, about whoever or whatever it is that you plan to bust, whether you're going to walk in a risky, desperate, or in control situation. You're in a weird position right now, doing a weird thing that may put you on the cusp of it happening to you, which is the ultimatum, right? Like if you don't crack the case, sometimes you just end up bumbling your way right into the lap of the problem, which then knows you're the problem and maybe is ready for you. But in a way that's beyond desperate, right? Like it's like, okay, everybody resist stuff because like, it's already coming at you. You didn't even, what, why are you doing this to me? At this point, does anybody have any thoughts of what maybe they think's going on, or where they want this to go, or where they think that this should go? I mentioned that because we're at this, like I said, we're at a cusp where that could be something you want. It's a little early possibly, but I'm just curious. I know we've talked about the mind control. The mind swap, you said that were you saying that it was the women maybe that are the chicken because there's no women here?
Well, The thing that Lemon was saying was there were men and chickens, and the men seemed very mindlessly just standing around, and the chickens were playing games and kind of being pampered.
You're just saying,
So
oh,
the
you think
chickens are taking over and the men are being consumed. That was what she was presenting.
so. I'm throwing a method up here that's just the mind swap onto the Cork board.
I like that a lot. Right now, for me, the one that feels most obvious would be if Darcy Lewis was doing the axolotl
Yeah, I say
feeding,
axolotl. I don't know if it's right.
axolotl feeding, to revive him. She just seems kind of cultish in her friendliness, and I feel like she's trying to revive, and is brainwashing everybody and feeding it to bring him back. But I don't know if that's what I'd be pulling for, but that's at least the narrative that's been in my head.
Sure. I like what we're doing here, though. This is probably, it's not a bad idea because introducing the concept to the group and then kind of everyone at least just touching base on like kind of where they're at as a player, it probably is a good idea. At first, I'm like, maybe I should have pushed you or not brought it up yet, but yeah, this is good. Alex, where are you kind of at?
I definitely think Darcy's involved in something, either knowingly or not. We just came into the lighthouse and she's got like this lab set up. So maybe she's it's sort of like maybe tangential to the mind swap thing, but maybe she's invented something that she's introducing or feeding to the chickens that's giving them like this intelligence.
It's a good one too. I'm going to go ahead and add another one on the board just with that in mind, which is like a motive of like intelligent chickens. Okay. Okay. With those things in mind, like I said, at any time when we want to throw out our broad idea that we feel pretty good on, we can crack the case. But all of you, the chicken cooking situation, you hear what sounds like a locking mechanism, but it's weird because it sounds like it came from the floor below you. There was a clicking sound, and conveniently it was under a rug with the staircase going up for the lighthouse. But the rug, this should be the ground floor that you're on right now. Now, Lemonade, did you shut the door as you walked in?
No,
Okay.
I wouldn't have. I would have been staring horrified at the scene in front of me.
Okay. Yeah, so the three of you are talking about it, but it sounds like the cooking is still happening unless Lemonade stops it. There is the weird clicking noise that happens. And then does anybody do anything?
Too focused on making this chicken.
Okay, making the chicken. It's still boiling, still boiling, still boiling. Is Jim Butcher just kind of stuck there? Like, I kind of gotta eat this chicken.
Yeah, the temptation is there. He's like trying to he's still trying to convince Sawyer not to do it, but he's really trying to convince himself not to sneak a bite.
And Lemonade, what
Mm,
do you do?
I would investigate the clicking sound. If these two are going to like, I can't get through to them. I'd want to know what's making that noise.
You go over
Wait,
to the
it might
rug.
be a chicken trap.
You go over to the rug and you see what clearly is some kind of like a trap door, right, to say the least. It's a flat, sort of square metal panel that literally, has the square slit to it to let you know that like it doesn't have a handle. It clearly looks like it's like either opened with some kind of mechanism or open from below.
And you said it's unusual because we would think that we're on the ground floor, that there wouldn't
There's
be
no
something.
evidence that there's a basement.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Well, I'll point that out
They put it under a rug. Like it's like the classic cliche of like, I mean, that's not, I guess if you have an attic, it's some people like conceal stuff like that just because it looks ugly, but
Yeah, stub your toe or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
But
but you usually don't have a locking mechanism that clicks.
ew,
That's the part that really just, if it wasn't weird already.
right, right. Maybe there are more pressing matters than whatever it is you're doing over there, whatever godforsaken awful thing that you're doing over there. Help me figure this out.
Yeah, so the prodigy, um, what made it click? Is somebody watching you?
You say there's no one here. You say you can eat that and nobody will know, but what if we're being watched?
Who's watching us? Where?
What if the army of chickens are beneath us?
What? Someone's
don't
watching
know.
us?
There could
This
be.
can't
There could
get
be
out.
little poultry eyes staring out from the cracks of this trapdoor.
I pop my gun and I am ready to go down in this cellar.
You hear a lot of small feet start coming down the staircase. A lot of like scuttle feet, right? Like, and not far behind that, do you start hearing the because? Now, this is at least a 3-story lighthouse, and they sound far away. But that begins.
I got this, guys. I can speak chicken now.
I'm gonna start changing into my shit covered clothes.
Your shit kick your clothes.
Yeah, maybe I could convince them I'm a bird friend if I'm in that garb.
What's for?
I was just giving. I can't put an hourglass in front of you, so it's sort of my.
Oh.
Usually we have great clocks for that, which we do, but I know that you're probably like me and just as much looking at each other's the cameras as you are
Yeah.
as looking at the clock. So I'll
Fair.
be a little bit of your tension. 3 count. What's
Can
Lemonade
I
doing?
try to whittle a chocolate handle for this hatch and see if I can attach it to maybe if I can
That's
open
incredible.
this hatch?
Of course you can, but it takes you till. Is Jim doing anything? Jim, obviously you're changing. Well, yeah, you're changing your clothes.
Changing my clothes.
Okay. Sawyer, you have your gun out.
I have my gun out.
He's
and-
changing. I'm sorry, they're changing.
Mhm.
And a knife is being, a handle's being whittled, which you don't actually know it's a handle because it's like, what are you making, right? But it's happening
Yeah.
very quick.
So I am calling out Bagox to stand down and cease and desist whatever they're doing and go back upstairs, all with like
The handle is made. What do you do with the handle?
I'm gonna lick it to get the chocolate nice and wet, and then stick it on the trap door to see then if I can make it a functional handle. Open things up.
So I like it. I like it a lot. What you open the trap door. Like it has, it should have, it has like some kind of clicking lock mechanism. It's your quirk. It sounds good. So yeah, you click it on, and when you do, maybe even the chocolate that like pierced through, like it had like 2 like drilled nuts or whatever went in, like when you slam it in, it cuts in, and maybe that affects the lock. So yeah, you peel the door open. The chickens, like you can imagine, it's like this, like, but it becomes like this roaring rumble as it's like, it literally must be like 100 of them, right? And then now there's so many on the stairs, and you're like, where the hell did they all come from? Like is there like a penthouse suite at the top? The roaring because as they're coming, everyone knows chickens can be mean, so they're just coming down storming. It gets really, really loud. You can almost not hear each other over the farm noise. The door hatch opens and you see a ladder going down. It looks pretty dark, but when you open the hatch, it's like some kind of emergency lighting almost. But it does seem like down the hole some, there's more light, and it looks really deep. Like it's not like a 10-foot ladder. It goes down.
I'm not hesitating. Whatever this is better than that. So Lemonade is going down.
Okay. Lemonade goes down. The other 2 of you, the chickens are practically on top of you. Do you stay or do you ladder?
I think gonna go for the latter for sure.
Okay. Sawyer, you cannot go for the ladder because they took up the space.
Can I shoot at my science experiment to like destroy evidence as these
Yeah, of course
chickens?
you can.
I just start shooting at the glass and like hot oil and all the explosion is happening. And I'm using that not only to destroy evidence, but also to like sear and distract the chickens from coming after me.
So go ahead. I'm sorry. Instead of go ahead, sometimes I catch myself too. You turn and start firing on your science project, which is just, you're just gonna eat some chicken, man. You already killed it. I mean, like, come on, like I did the deed. And you start shooting, and the last beaker breaks, and the second one breaks, and you shoot the beaker, and it starts sparking. But like some of the chickens from the staircase down don't wait for the march. They start coming off the side of the spiral sort of staircase and start descending upon you. And the chickens, at first it's like getting stung by a bee until you get swarmed. You start getting pecked at and you're still shooting. But it's like one lands in your head, starts pecking. One lands in your shoulder, your back, the talons start digging in. One lands in your arm, the talons dig in, makes you drop your gun. It's okay though, because you're pretty sure you're almost out of bullets anyway, because you shot like the last 6 of them. And then they start taking out your legs, right? As they pour in, and you're the only one standing there. And they just knock you off your feet. Instead of some kind of like mosh pit, every one of them is trying to eat you. You are just being eaten piece by piece, peck by peck, digit by digit, but you can resist if you like.
I'd like to resist.
So I tell you what attribute you roll when it's the only time I do that is when you resist.
Okay.
And as long as you have 1 appetite or more, you will succeed at resisting. But you're going to roll to see how much it costs you, because it could cost you up to 6.
Oh, wow.
If you don't have 6, it still works. You just take a condition.
Okay.
Like you spend what you have and you take a condition.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
So this one, it couldn't be your instincts because we already said you're cocky. See your training, your guts. I'm going to say it's your training. I'm going to say it's your training, that you're trying to get rid of the evidence. You realize that there's only so much time for the 2 of them to get down. And clearly, if you're going to go down after them, like you just going to have to wait and take somewhat of a beating for it. But if you still try. So yeah, we're going to say it's your training. So roll your training.
And I'm guessing I can't dig in on this one, correct?
No.
Okay.
Because it automatically succeeds. There's no risk of it failing.
Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So roll your training and see how much it costs you.
So with training being a 0, I roll 2 and take the lower one, correct?
Yeah.
So 3.
Okay. And how much appetite did you have left?
I have 3 left.
Okay, so use it. That makes it so you're running on empty. So you will take a condition because of it. You already have cocky.
Yep.
So we're going to say it makes you impulsive, which clearly
decided
upon by
come on.
With little to no way out, make it a little impulsive. So what happens now though is that you can't resist, right? You do have 2 more conditions that you can take before I can be like, oh, you're out. But in a desperate situation, you could take up to like even 3 conditions. So it's possible for you to be like taken out at this point. Just giving you the idea of where you're at, right?
Okay.
Now on the ladder, we need to know how much space there is. So that's where we're at next. We have the prodigy descending first. Now you got on the ladder. You didn't necessarily, you probably went pretty quick because you did see the looming threat that was coming.
Right.
You may have even wanted to shut the door. But
then Jim gets in the way and I
before you even had the ability to, right? Yeah, Jim gets in the way. Jim is above you. You two are, it's a very long ladder. Are you two moving like at a breakneck pace? Are you sliding down? Are you
I think so,
dropping
like
them?
in those video games where you can kind of just press the like button and slide down the sides a bit. I think I would try to do some of that, you know, like I want to get away from the chickens. It's not so much I want to make space. It's just I'm right now like saving my own butt.
The prodigy is the prodigy. So I'm gonna say you make it look easy. But that's really just to set up the low life. So I mean, one of the cool things, like in your gear for the prodigy, like this on the bottom right corner of your sheets,
Right.
everyone's got like 5 kind of like playbook oriented gear pieces that are meant to like increase or decrease effect, like for you to bring them in and be like, oh yeah, with that, this is easy, or this would have great results. You have a gaming laptop, so it's just very fitting that it's like you would pull from some video game knowledge of like, well, this is what I do in the video game. You move a lot faster. So you just start sliding down by like shifting your boots to the side and holding, you know, the side rails, and kind of realizing that the tunnel is so tight. Then worst case scenario, you could kind of push your back and your feet against the wall and pretty much stop yourself pretty well. Like, but yeah, but Jim Butcher, what do you do?
Well,
You slide in as you can hear the chickens start descending on Sawyer and start pecking. And Sawyer, like, for the tough guy that Sawyer is like, like, you can hear a grown man in pain from multiple attacks. Like, it's clear. And there's that clear initial reaction of like, better them than me, you know, but what do you do?
I think that is what it is at first, but I think Jim, they have this affinity a little bit for Sawyer. Like they've been there before, and now this, like it's just like seeing the end result of addiction that now the chickens are eating him. So he's got this feeling of regret. If he leaves him behind, like he's gonna feel bad. So he's gonna reverse course. He's gonna go up there, and I have a perk called Double Crosser. You gain the connected approach once per case. You may reveal a direct connection between yourself and the opposition to convince them that you're on their side. I want to make an appeal to the chickens that we're from the government. We're here to help. Damn it! Look at me. I'm covered in Hawker Lake bird waste. I'm a friend. He's a friend. He's with me. I don't
So
know if you understand. You're
you use your
chickens.
perk. So where this gets complicated in a good way though. In the doorway, you see Seaman Wick, who like is standing in the doorway, like one arm in, looking in, you know, pistol and well, I'm sorry, actually we'll give him like a rifle. We give him like the straight, because this is like John Wick 2, right? Like we give him like, he's got like the gun tight, like Call of Duty style, and you know, is looking, but he actually was starting to begin to go up the steps. Like he wasn't as concerned about the two of you and the chickens as if he was starting to move upward with some other concern, primary concern. So your appeal also as John Wick is a possibility here. And the chickens, they're, yeah, we'll just leave it at that. So you reach out to the chickens. What would you like to roll to try to plead your case?
I think this is instinct. He has no idea what he's doing. This is like a Hail Mary move to try to help Sawyer out. And
Yeah. Because really what I'm caring about is how much damage they'll do to Sawyer before this could possibly work. Because your perk says like this does this. So it's a matter of like how much threat / risk can you remove from Sawyer in time? Because it will work and will save you. So you show your face, you're going to use charm. Go for it. Devil's bargain. This is like the epitome of devil's bargain.
5?
Well, I guess you beat me to it, so we'll go with it. I was like, this is the epitome of offering something as an added consequence.
Oh,
Okay,
sorry.
that's okay. It is clearly desperate because, of like how well you could save Sawyer in this case of like clean slate or not. The effect is standard, right? Because it's gonna work for you. It's just a matter of you can like get them to hold off when they're really pissed off. You got a 5, so it will succeed. The consequences though are, you said it's desperate. We're gonna oh shoot. Yeah, you do have that. We'll leave Darcy out of it for the moment because that would be a good one too. We're gonna knock that danger clock out. So you cannot resist what happens when the danger clock gives you problems, but you can resist it getting ticked down. So it's the only time where you would resist before hearing any consequences, because it's the only time where the consequences happen no matter what. So that is your option here. Would you like to see what happens? Or if you have appetite left, would you like things not to get dramatically, horribly worse at this critical moment?
Sure. How much appetite would that cost?
You roll to see.
Okay.
So in this case, it would be, I'm leaning towards your training, but let me think about this for a second. So it is the clock ticking because of this. It's such a weird thing because it's the chickens. Let's say it's your instincts. Yeah, so roll instincts.
6.
It's a funny time where it could be charm because it's great. It actually costs you 0. It costs you nothing because you rolled, it's 6 minus whatever you roll. So costing you nothing. It doesn't tick down. I would have ticked it for 3, even though it only needed 2, right? So you get off scot-free here. You go up, and what do you do to the chickens to let them know you're one of them?
I think he's he's just going to like start doing this little thing with his arms, and he like kind of gets down on their level. He kind of like nuzzles one a little bit, and like he just starts acting very chicken-like to
Okay.
just yeah.
All right. So Sawyer, uh, to your surprise, maybe, as you start getting packed and surrounded by chickens, and they start literally dropping on you from the sky. Not only were you, basically like you resisted, so you were like making your way to the hatch, but there was space there because someone came out, and they came out and they started doing the little chicken dance and trying to pay attention to the chickens who were still fighting and pecking at you. You have a golden opportunity of then hitting that ladder and going down that hatch, or staying here and doing a chicken dance, which just might work. What do you do? It's one of those at
I
the moment things of like, you're like, you don't have a lot of time to compute this, to be like,
yeah.
is it working? I mean, do I wait till they peck my eyes out to see if it's working? I mean, do I? I mean, I don't know why that guy just came out of the hole and started doing a chicken dance. Like, it really doesn't make sense to me why that person would do this. And then by the time you get in the ladder, you'd be like, oh, they're trying to save my life, weren't they? Like, I don't know. It's the
I'm going to the
possibility.
ladder. Yeah. The
Yeah.
ladder for sure. 100%. Self-preservation.
Okay, you hit the ladder. There's a really, really impressive chicken dance happening up top. Do you shut the hatch?
No, I'm not even thinking about shutting the hatch. I'm just going.
You hit the ladder. You start going down. Now you don't see the prodigy, and it looks like a very long ladder. You just descending?
Yeah,
Normal
I'm
or sort of fast pace?
fast.
Right?
Yeah, going quick.
Further down the hole, the prodigy finds themselves eventually in the part that had light, hope, illumination. You find yourself below water and enclosed in a tube, which seems to be made of glass. Though the funny thing is, the illumination of the water is actually like from the lights in the tube, letting you see some of the water. which looks dark and murky. So clearly it's like underwater. Underwater. You do find yourself precariously in a glass tube surrounded by water. I believe you keep going down, but you're over 100 feet down at this point.
And it's still going down the ladder, or is the tube going, like, does it?
The ladder is encased in a tube, and you're just going
Oh,
down,
okay.
down.
So now I'm going down, and I'm okay. I got it. Yep.
Okay. Up top, the chickens are all around you. Seaman Wick finds the one chicken that matters to Seaman Wick. Daisy Wick, a white hen. He sits on the edge of the steps, chickens everywhere, right? And just is like petting his white hen, watching you do this ridiculous chicken dance. Again, maybe even a smirk of surprise at how resourceful this group has been at every possible turn. And is it like we can imagine Keanu Reeves just sitting there, nonchalant, just kind of watching, petting the hen, and almost like piercing through all of the noise, which is just a lot of like barking and becawing, not like the rage that was here moments, a minute ago. Where the hell did you learn how to do that?
Well, after I kicked the chicken habit, I had to take a truth and reconciliation class with a number of chickens, and I learned to communicate better and had to have a better rapport, better relationship with those that I've harmed.
So like some kind of government training class?
A little bit that, just also just a little bit trying to be a better person, make up for the past.
I think that's a better curtain close right there for the moment. There's all these chickens just going around you. And they're all moving around. Obviously, there's a small circle of them forming around like what was the one chicken that was in the bullet shattered glass that's like laying on the table. It's just pink, gooey. Further down the ladder. At the bottom, you get close to the end and you can see a floor. You can also see some hay, which almost seems like a joke for how long this ladder is. Like, oh, the hay is going to save me if I fall down. But it does have a floor that looks either concrete or a slab of some kind. It appears like you're entering some kind of secret government facility, right? It's illuminated. There are sort of crates around. You can hear, it sounds like people talking in the distance. Do you go all the way down? The only problem is you kind of have to get down there to really look around, unless you're like
Right.
upside down somehow.
Yeah, I guess I would go all the way down unless I'm hearing anything that sounds like alarm or I'm being noticed. I would just kind of like, if I'm hearing voices, if it sounds far enough away that I can get down there without getting caught right off the bat.
Sure. So we haven't cracked the case. So you are screwed here.
Okay.
You descend down and you try to look around and see if there's any way for you to know that you're screwed. Which your character does not, right? Like your character's doing everything right. Like
No, I'm escaping the chickens. This is the smartest course of action.
You get down the ladder, seems like, clean slate. Don't see anyone watching, looking for you. You see around the bend, kind of in the far end of the room, you see a scientist and what looks like maybe robots that are like half the height of a human being that are sort of like assistants. There's a lot of screens. You see these weird pods that look like almost like suspended animation like pods. And this laboratory is surrounded, it itself is like encased in glass. And it seems like it's surrounded by like a track. And you see these weird salamander creatures walking around. Like along the glass, like they can walk on the ceiling or sideways, but they seem to be like in a tube track around this bulb of a room that you're in, which is some kind of weird secret laboratory looking thing. But as you're scoping that out, like in the back, probably like peering around these crates and looking and seeing, unbeknownst to you, you're grabbed. And you were grabbed by what you see the arms is like a spacesuit, like the arms of a spacesuit that wrap around from behind you, one covering your mouth and pulling you backwards. What do you do?
Well,
And it's
I
aggressive. It's not like, oh, shut up.
oh, right.
It's
So
not that, not the good kind.
I think I would try to aim for any vulnerable spots, like if I can elbow a nose or a groin or, something where I can twist and get away.
Sure. So you're in desperate position,
Hmm.
but you actually have to resist to get to the desperate position here. So we got to sap a little bit of your appetite first, or you're
Okay.
going to take some mean consequences. So the hand pulls back, right? And it's got like, it's a big hand and it's like over your mouth and you're in your nose and you weren't expecting it. So it wasn't like you got like a deep breath in beforehand. And when you start moving and elbowing and kicking, stomping, the give on the suit is weird. Like when you hit the suit, it doesn't feel like a brick, like a sandbag or a brick wall. It feels like every time you hit it, like it's loose. Like you're just, your elbow goes in it and then it comes back out like you didn't hit anything. So as you're squirming and moving, and elbowing, you're expending more energy and breath, breathing deeper and deeper into this hand, and you can just feel your eyes rolling in the back of your head. And the weird part is that's when you start to feel the pressure of a squeeze and that weird cracking noise, which you can't quite tell if it's inside your head or on the outside of your head. Would you like to resist?
I would like to resist.
Because that crack of an egg is a weird thing to hear from the inside.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
It would be, you hear the prodigy. I said training earlier. I think for you it'd be guts. Because
okay.
you're the one who usually has the upper hand. This time you don't.
I was not expecting this.
Yeah. Like
All right.
somebody caught you off guard. I mean, at least it wasn't Wick. That would
That
just
I
suck.
know of, right? I
Yeah.
mean,
So
all
you
right.
roll your guts just to see how much it costs.
I rolled a 4.
So it cost you 2.
All right.
I believe you still have how much?
I still have like 5.
Okay. Yeah, I know you like lent a hand one time, sir.
Yes.
Makes sense. Okay. So
Would
you
I?
resist,
Oh, sorry.
and
Go ahead.
instead of being choked to the point of having your eyes roll back your head feel like it's being like smashed, you get just enough air in like one breath when you elbow that your mouth gets away from the hand to get like a full breath of air and to like spit it out. So like for a moment you could kind of blow yourself up a little bigger than you are and then just squeeze out. So you could like turn around and at least like, unfortunately, like immediately in the proximity of whatever it is, still with the hand on you, like you're not in a good spot at all, but you're not like
Being cracked open.
trapped. Yeah.
All right. Would
You
I be?
see
Oh, go ahead.
what looks to be a spacesuit that's almost human sized with a chicken head in the helmet. And it's a chicken head sized chicken head. You just see this little chicken
Oh.
head looking at you in a spacesuit that looks almost human sized.
Oh, that's disturbing.
Of course, right? It's like the lighting here is like dark over your head. So it's like when you get a brief amount of light from over your shoulder is when you can see like the little beady black eyes of the chicken head with like the beard and the comb on top. Like
Oh man.
inside the helmet, which is like this big, but it's like this little head. Yeah.
Oh gosh.
What do you do?
I want to can I get can I use method again to put myself inside this chicken head and maybe understand their motivations?
Yes, you can.
All right,
Just go and roll instinct.
I will.
Can I put myself in that
There's a
chicken
3. Yeah, I know, but I want to know. I want to know what it's like to be in the chicken head. 3.
head? Okay. So yeah, it's probably, well, we knew it'd be desperate. So spending your time to do method, be desperate. So there's a lot of consequences that come from this. So with the 3, we run ourselves right into the same situation, but different. What you didn't realize is there's not one, there's 3 of them. So you getting a little bit of space only helps you as much as dealing with the first one. But the second one, which you don't see until you start to like see it on the side, is a like almost a purplish needle, and then you realize that it's like a prolonged needling like piece that's actually got like a purple thread to it. And the something from the side of you when you see the spacesuit is sewing your sleeve to your shirt, but as that's tying you up, begins sewing up your arm to your clothes.
Oh gosh.
Would you like to resist?
Yeah, I'll resist. Yeah. I'm not gonna go down without a fight. Can I be screaming like chickens in like Jim? Because I think it's Jim behind me still. Stay, chicken men, stay away. Just screaming out as I'm resisting.
Sure. So you for resist, and this one's instinct, right? Like it's like as soon as you bump into something, you're like, oh shit, no, that's the wrong way.
Okay.
Something there, that's bad.
All right, that
Or
was a
you're-
3.
Yeah, or you're instinctive, like as soon as that hurts, you pull away anyway. You're like, that hurts, but it's worse. It'd be worse in a minute. So it cost you 3.
3 more.
Okay.
Yep.
So this time we're gonna give you a condition because we already have you. What condition do you have so far?
Impulsive.
That's what I thought. I think we're gonna make you ruthless here because clearly
Okay.
the threat here is just insurmountable, and it's starting to be like there's no, like maybe a little dab will do here. It's like, all right, guns need to be drawn, heads need to be cut off. Like this is
Mhm.
bad. Like so suddenly your reactions now are like, all right, we gotta shoot to kill. Yeah, the first you get a little bit of like that purple thread, and it's like in your forearm, and you pull, and you have like this little tassel that's hanging basically as you pull, and like the thread came out, and you see that the chicken to the side of you has like 2 threading needles, and so the one that was in front of you, unremarkable, but when they turn their head, they have like a monocle. Which you didn't see the first one. This one has these threading needles, and you bump into another one that seems larger, but you don't get a good look at them. But up top, Sawyer, you are coming down the ladder, and there would be something said to draw your attention to the possible calamity. But that wouldn't be very desperate, given that we didn't crack the case, we fell into the problem. So you literally slip as you're coming down the ladder. Unbeknownst to you, there's been hands that have come down that have been a little greased at times from all the oily hands. We don't know why or who or how, but you just happen to hit one of them wrong. And you're the first one to come down after such person because the other person slid down anyways. It didn't matter. So in your case, you miss a hand rung, which you didn't actually miss it. Your hand slipped right off it. You just went down. You find yourself tumbling down and around the ladder, occasionally like throwing an arm in the ladder loop or something, but then just descending anyway, right? Like it's like, oh, almost caught myself in falling, but it's like thump, 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 and would hit the ground, and it'd be like thump, but thump with the crack, crack, crack of landing wrong on one of your legs and on one of your hands. You don't have any ability to resist. So as you slam into the bottom, you're pretty sure that your left hand isn't doing so hot, and your right leg from the knee down is clearly bent in the wrong way.
Ugh.
You don't have great lighting where you are, But the good news is you landed in a pile of hay, and it actually did soften the landing a smidge.
Thanks.
So as you're saying these things, Robin, you're like, chicken men, thump, crack, crack, smash. Of course, like you don't hear the noise is so loud, so quick, and so wrong, right? That like it just happens too fast for you to like think much of it. And you probably think that the person's dead because your head calculus from the falling thing before was not good. And you slid down fast. So unless someone slid after you, and even if they did it wrong, not good. You're pretty sure it's Sawyer, but where you are right now, you're just a little blocked of view from the chickens and the crates. You can't quite see. What do you do, Sawyer? You don't lose consciousness. You don't feel awesome. Like your adrenaline hits you, right?
Yeah.
You know you're not working at full functionality, right? You're broken, but you're not dead.
Okay, so meta question. Underneath each condition, it says clear.
Mhm.
So theoretically, if I wanted to clear impulsive, I would invite trouble.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So
instead of doing some action that might be proactive in some way, you would then replace it with this, right? Especially in a critical situation like this. It's like when you could do something to be helpful or savior, you're like, no, I'm going to clear it, but I'm going to do this.
Yeah. So I think what Sawyer would do. So like, I think you'd said it's kind of dark. It's hard to see, right? So I don't have my gun anymore. I just got like pecked a bunch. I just fell down a ladder. I saw some dude doing the chicken dance. So Sawyer is like hobbling on the ground, dragging himself with his like cyborg arm and just saying, you chicken motherfuckers, come get me if you're going to come get me. Don't play games anymore. Let's dance.
What do you hope to accomplish?
I hope that they come by me, and then with my good cyborg arm, I'm just gonna like grab one and hope that it's important, and that they'll like, I'm gonna take a chicken hostage, basically.
What is the trouble that's on your sheet?
The trouble that is on my sheet is
that
vice.
Sentence you have.
Yeah, fried chicken. If Dr. Tweety catches a whiff of this, she's going to want my head. Oh no, I'm sorry. She's going to want in my head.
In your head, yeah. So we're gonna twist that because we don't need Dr. Tweety here for this. And that was just an example, right? The good doctor that is down here, Dr. Cox, walks up and sort of, is just far enough away from you that like you're no real threat unless you like use your Terminator arm to get close very fast, right? I run with my cyborg arm. And he looks to you and he gives you the villainous monologue, which is, it's a pity you didn't even get a taste for all the trouble it's caused you. I wonder what a human tastes like to chickens. I mean, did you ever consider that? I mean, if evolution would have changed even slightly, this could have been all turned. You could have been chicken food. And maybe you still will be, maybe. It doesn't look very good for your friend either. I mean, those chickens are very smart, probably much smarter than the child. And he looks in. Let's see how well is the prodigy doing. So the prodigy surrounded by 3 chickens.
Right.
You bump into the third one. The third one's big. You realize that you've just bumped into the classic like DuckTales. It's like Huey, Dewey, and Louie here. Except for you don't quite. I mean, if anyone's rotten, it's that one with the knitting. You don't know. You're not the smart or the strong one. You're just the weird one. Like there's a. I don't.
Why knitting?
Scary.
Why? Yeah.
Why knitting? What do you do?
I am going to reach into my gear.
You do see the scientist that walked up, right? Who now is like lecturing, who now you know for sure is Sawyer.
Right.
And Sawyer drew some attention to themselves to lure the chickens who looked, and then, but like it was no major distraction. And so I mean, like everyone's kind of in somewhat of a distance. And reminder, it is a glass room.
Yeah, it is a glass
What do
room.
you do?
I I don't have a whole lot of options at this point. I am I wanted to reach into my gear. I have this thing called a Kick that has like nutrient rich and 1,000 milligrams of caffeine. And
Yeah.
so I'm just gonna shove this thing in my mouth and go into like Wolverine mode, like that little chicken hawk in Looney Tunes. And I'm just gonna see if it'll like maybe get me into like I kind of like a stimulant rage, and I'll just kind of tear into these suits.
Okay. Um, as you wolf down this protein bar,
Yep.
energy rich, nutrient rich protein bar with 1,000 milligrams of caffeine, by the way. Um, you start to hulk out, at least in your mind. We cut back up to the top where the chicken dance has ended. Jim Butcher, it's been at least 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes since you did your chicken dance, hung out up here, had a little chat with Seaman Wick, surrounded by the other chickens. What do? Nobody comes back out of that hatch.
So Wick
Seaman Wick isn't the
has
conversationalist, right? He just said what he said. Clearly seemed a little impressed with you, which does give you the moment if you wanted to ask questions of any kind. Seems like you have enough favor. Or if you want to act on something else.
I want to ask him if he knows what he knows about these chickens and their pack-like behavior. I'll say this is odd. This is strange. What do you know about this?
Oh yeah, I've been teaching him for a long time. He's petting Daisy. He's like, this is he gets like that real like, goo goo gaga baby voice. He's like, this is my little precious. This is Daisy. Daisy's the last thing I got from my wife before she passed. And it's a little creepy almost as he's just like all gushy about his one white hen here. But he's like, yeah, oh yeah. So I've been training the rest of them here. They all come up here because like Daisy gets a special place of privilege. He basically is like, oh, the third floor is all Daisies. So they all occasionally come here. It's like the sweetest place you could be. So, I've been telling them that, this is something important. They got to protect it. Daisy's of importance. So, Daisy's kind of like the queen.
And these chickens that went missing, you train them too?
Oh yeah. But I mean, I didn't train them to go missing.
Oh, that's good. Well, I guess we can eliminate you off the suspect list then if you didn't train them to do that.
Oh yeah. I mean, if there was any chicken that should go missing, it'd be Daisy, but I don't want to run for the rest of my life.
What do you know about there's this young lady outside with a clipboard.
Oh, Darcy.
Yeah. What do you know about her?
She got a rough gig. She seems to think that there's some kind of like weird structure within the structure. Like, I don't know. He starts describing exactly what's going on downstairs. It's like she found some weird readings about how like the island's hollow underneath and that somehow it's encapsulated a large, like an egg of water. And within there could actually be some kind of large metal source that's giving out weird frequencies, but like he's clearly talking about it like it's complete bullshit as the other players are literally downstairs in such a thing.
That seems far-fetched.
Yeah, she's just an intern. I mean, obviously there's something like that going on. They actually sent scientists.
But if that were true, and if I helped confirm that it was true, she might talk to me again.
Like your head away. And
Hey, it's been nice chatting. Nice to meet you, Daisy. I'm gonna go
as
over
he's
to the door.
talking about like, and I mean clearly, like even if that's the case, that what does that do about the chickens? Like what? They're just you can't put thousands of chickens down there. I mean, unless it's just poo-pooing the idea. Yeah, you hit the hatch, start going down. Is there any reason to think that she would go faster than climbing down? Because
Yeah, I think he's just gonna go normal pace. He's
Yeah.
not gonna
There's no
do
reason,
the
right?
slidey trick or anything
Yeah.
like that.
And really, at this point, if you hadn't noticed, I mean, like your resist part was really like that you were so delayed. You know, like you're not there. Clearly, when you get there, it's like too late for the most part. Is like your issue. Okay, so back in the thick of it, protein enriched lemonade stands against 3 genetically engineered or enhanced chickens in spacesuits. What do you do?
All right. I had picked up one of those metal things that Jim's girlfriend was using before. So I have that as my weapon. And I'm going to
Jim's
try to
girlfriend.
tear it into the suits and see if it like, punctures like maybe if air gets let in there, or it would somehow contaminate whatever
Sure.
chicken is inside. So with my amped up caffeinated body, I am just going to wildly swing that thing around and try to puncture those suits.
Okay. What attribute?
Um,
Tricky, bitter, salty.
would that be like guts?
Sure. What was your quirk again? Oh, you have the chocolate. That's
Yeah,
right.
no
Dark
chocolate this time.
Okay.
So,
With your
yeah.
guts, you're fighting them. You're trying to poke holes in their suit, seeing if that messes with their like breathing or something. Go ahead and give a roll.
All right.
Would you like to dig in for 2 appetite?
If I do that, I'll have no appetite.
Yeah, and that means automatically you get a condition if you run out. So,
Yeah, I think I will not dig in then, because
what could I give you as a devil's bargain? I could give you a devil's bargain. You have the metal poles. Nah, go for it.
okay. Oh yes, I got a 6.
Okay, great. So clearly it's desperate, right? Because a lot of
Yes.
things right now are desperate until things improve. It's desperate. Your effect is standard, but it's almost limited because there's 3 on 1, right? That's always a problem, but it's still standard. So what we do here is this clearly deserves a clock at this point, which gives us an idea not only of how long it lasts, but also lets you as the players have an idea of like what you have to do to get rid of it. So I'm going to go ahead and give this a clock, which is separate of the danger clock. You don't need a skill to scroll to. I'm just going to put a circle on it. I'm just going to throw it right on the board for the heck of it. And I'm going to give this 2 lines. I don't want the connection tool. I want this one to this one. Yeah, there we go. Oops. This one to. Okay. We're going to give it 4. More for the sake of time than it might warrant a 6. A 6 almost feels right, but I'm going to give it 4. And I'm going to give it this pen. All right. So this danger clock reflects the 3 sort of super chickens, if you will. Because the scientist, honestly, he's just a scientist. He's kind of a pushover. He doesn't have no laser gun or something he's really going to mess with you with. It's really if you can deal with these 3 in time. So you begin needling the suits. What do you think happens when you needle the suits with this specific sort of metal device, some sort of like gauge of depth, which is kind of funny.
Yeah. Well, they're in the spacesuit for a reason, right? And I'm thinking it's like maybe protecting. Oh, maybe it's a pressure suit, like to keep the pressure internalized. Otherwise, if I puncture it, they might blow up from the inside. Like, the pressure will be messed up and the little chicken heads will explode in the helmets.
I'm going to be that guy and I'm going to make this clock 6 as I realize that I made the clock as you would have done 3 segments to it. So we'll make it a little more than that.
Okay.
Apologize for being that person. Okay. I was kind of thinking 6 and I'm like, and then especially because that almost finishes it and doesn't really match the thread at the moment, just doesn't match. All right, but that does do 3, right? So what you just did there was reveal the very effective tactic and probably at least removed one of these, given that you had stabbed at least one of them.
Can it
Who
be the
did you
one
go
with
after?
the needles? Yeah, the one with the knitting needles, definitely.
So yeah, you go and you stick the thing in. As you pull it out, air begins blowing out. You realize that it starts to shrivel. And the chicken inside really just more of this like bagok look, like the bagok, and the head's moving around, but the body's like falling and collapsing and going sideways and then pushed back and just falls over, but it's all bent and weird. So clearly, like whatever's inside, there's not much form. It may literally be like a chicken, right? Like just hanging up in there somehow. The weird part is that the hands were still knitting. The hands were knitting to the last part, which basically just got like the FUC, and they were starting a K and then it fell. So like just the one behind you, the big one, is doing the thing that probably is worse only because you almost had this happen before. So he grabs you by the noggin, lifts you up in the air so you don't have any feet that you can stick on the ground, and just begins to squeeze. And you almost wonder if it's a weird theme now. Like the chickens are literally trying to crack your head like eggs.
Mhm.
After what the doc had said, like in this way of like how would evolved chickens treat the humans. Turns you sideways, kind of almost, because he turns your head this way and just begins to push. You're in a really awkward situation, but given the circumstances, obviously you'll get to roll again before it's a resist. But Sawyer, I didn't let you roll for the last thing, clearly because you were inviting the trouble. So you cleared the condition, right? As you're kind of at the mercy and had to listen to the scientist windbag after like demean you and make you feel this big. When you know in your head, this is all going to work out and they're all going to kiss your boots for this later because you're exactly where you need to be to fix this. I don't know how you could possibly be thinking that, but you do. Somehow this is all going according to plan. And what does that plan look like? What are you going to do?
So as I'm like, pulling myself towards him, knowing that, we're still quite a ways away. While you've been telling me this dialogue, this whole monologue thing that, we all hear about, and I think it's pretty cute that this is something you decide to do in the moment. My radio's been on this whole time, my man. So everybody's been hearing everything you're saying. And, inside, I have a pretty good understanding that there's no way that this radio really has any signal to anybody.
Sure.
But I got it. And, I'm going to at least try and make him think and keep him distracted as I keep crawling and hear some of the struggle and hope that that Jimbo and then Lemon are doing something.
Yeah.
And just keep him distracted. So I'm going to keep crawling to him. And all I can think right now is that if I can get close to him, I'm going to smash my nice little cyborg arm on his toes and make him fall on me so that I can maybe try and bash his skull in a little bit.
Okay. So it sounds like you're trying to charm him. And I don't mean you have to roll charm. I just meant like, it sounds like you're trying to lure him in, charm him,
totally
distract him. So we want to roll for that. What attribute would you like to roll to basically give him that false sense of security? He already kind of has it. So, I mean, we're kind of looking at a situation that's probably like desperate standard, but what attribute are you going to try to use?
I think charm. Yeah,
Okay.
I think charm makes the most amount of sense.
Yeah. Is it desperate though? I'm just going to go risky. Like it feels like it should be desperate, but he's just not that much of a threat. And the other chickens are there, but I mean, like one of them just went down. So they're both probably really focused on the lemonade. I mean, he's still a threat, but only because you're so prone and like it's such a bad spot, right? Like,
sure.
So we'll make him risky still, but yeah. Go and roll your charm and see if he buys it.
As a 2.
It's a 2. So he begins to spittle how your device, even being the cyborg that you are, because clearly I've been able to watch you from the moment that you first thought you were alone with that chicken upstairs and thought that you could cook it with a chemistry. I mean, it was kind of creative now that I mentioned it. I mean, like you didn't really have great tools, but I mean, you are the epitome of the problem with humanity. That when no one's looking, everything's beneath you. And suddenly you just think that everything here is a morsel for you to just delicately eat because you're hungry and you have these tastes that need to be satisfied. Like nothing else has a reason to live. And as he's doing it, demeaning you, he walks over and he sticks his when he has a cane, which when I was present, and he sticks it in your cybernetic arm and twists. And when you go to move your cybernetic arm towards it to stop it, he literally has like some kind of EMP button on it that just
Oh
like your
no.
arm just like stops, and he just sticks it in the cybernetic hand and twists and puts one of his shoes ever so delicate lightly on it, just like exerting dominance. And he taps you on the head with his, like the head of his staff, and he kneels down. And I'm going to look forward to making you chicken feed. I'll enjoy every moment of watching, and no one else will know but me that I got to watch it. And he turns basically one of the big screens, and it shows like a wick and the whole room of chickens that are up there. So he just kind of like letting you see, like he's got secret cameras, right? Like that he's just gonna feed you to the chickens and they'll never know what it is. So one more move for Lemon, and then we get to Jimbo. So
Okay.
Lemonade, you're lifted off your feet. Your head's being turned awkwardly as your feet kick to try to find some kind of footing. Your hands moving, probably to hold these arms to keep you like
Right.
What do you do?
I am going to lift myself up so my legs can wrap around his neck. And I now know a little bit of the weakness of these suits. So I'm going to try to pop the helmet off just with the sheer force of my thighs.
Okay. What attribute is that?
Okay. I don't know. I mean, it seems like a physical force kind of thing. So is it a guts thing again?
I mean,
Would it be training?
Guts, instinct. I mean, you touched on a lot of things. I mean, it could be training, right? Because it's like you knew the jujitsu / hand-to-hand moves. Basically, it's probably Brazilian jiu-jitsu for you to move your legs around like that.
Yeah.
Instinct is that clearly as you're being lifted and you have nowhere to get some footing, it was just like, okay, yeah, it really does sound like training. Anyway, it's yours to choose, but they all kind of work. But
well, yeah. I would prefer to do guts or instinct just because I have a better chance.
Go instinct, because
okay.
It definitely seems more like instinct or training than it does guts.
Okay. All right. All right. I got a 6 and a 3, so a 6.
Yeah, clearly desperate. It's almost a resistance roll of how desperate it is. The problem with what you're doing, which I should have got this out before you roll, is this is the big one. So the suit and wrapping your legs around the neck when it's like this bubble helmet, you have limited effect because it's not ideal in every which way possible, right? That said, right, like it can work, it's just limited. So you get you rolled a 6, you said? Did you want to retroactively like dig in or something if you want to?
I really can't afford to, so
you have bitter, salty, and tough cookie. You, on the back of your sheet, your gear, what else is in your gear? I know you have the gaming laptop.
I have a crime solving kit, a fake ID, some awards and trophies proving I am the #1 smartest. So I do know the weak points of this, I have trophies and awards to prove how intelligent I am. And then the Nutra Kick, which I already ate.
Okay. Oh, but you did. I should give you something, right? So we're gonna actually say like you can have standard, but like the effect is actually it's fun. It's comically funny because it's like you berserk because of the Nutra Kick.
That's right. It's caffeine power, baby. Yeah.
So you got a 6, right? That's what you said.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, your legs wrap around the bubble helmet on the hulking shoulders of this V-shaped, big armed, like out of DuckTales, right? It's like
Launchpad the Quack. Yeah.
yeah, but in a spacesuit, right? Like with the helmet's bubble on the shoulders, right? So you inadequately wrap your legs around, which would be sliding. And it's like you stuff the rest of the bar in your mouth and squeeze, and the cracking of the helmet begins like cracking as your head is being squeezed, and you could feel the pressure and the twist. But it's like this race between the two of you snapping the helmet. And when you snap the helmet, well, the air out of it just starts to leak, right? And the pressure begins to cease. But it is a slow, grueling, not sure if I succeeded thing. That
I'm
you,
not
when
going
you
down
fall,
alone.
you totally could have fell on your feet, but like you weren't even sure that like you were not dying, right? As you both
Right.
collapse. You find yourself strangely looking at a small chicken head. It's sitting in a bubble that's been opened, and it's like a chicken. Though when you see that, it charges your face.
Damn it.
So there's this moment where you see the chicken and you're like, oh, thank God. And it's like, and it just feathers just go flying into charging at you. Yeah, so it's literally like pecking at your face and you're backpedaling moving, right? Jim Butcher, you get down the ladder, you hear chicken going nuts. You see Sawyer like broken in two ways incorrectly with a small scientist looking guy, like got a couple hairs on the top of his head, thick glasses, but not like comically small, and probably middle, probably 50, 60, something like that, a little portly, and he's like literally like kneeling down, whispering sweet nothings to Sawyer, whose like leg is twisted the wrong way. Cyberhand has the staff jammed through it, and other arm is like wrapped underneath him, so you like don't even like, he just looks mangled. And it could, when you see where the ladder would come out, there's like blood splatter, right? Like and then you look over and there's two suits that are like empty, right? Like with one chicken that's running towards a lemonade, who's on her side on the ground, like in a bad position, like kind of doing the Homer Simpson spinning on the floor, trying to pat the chicken away from her face. And I mean, looks pretty rough, like probably like hair kind of pulled and messed up and clothes torn and pushed aside. No weapons to speak of in hands. And the third person that you see, which is of course like the last one, is you see a spacesuit with a chicken inside with a monocle. And it has something that looks like, I think it's like a super scope. Like it looks like that Nintendo, the Super Nintendo, like handgun cannon thing. And straight out of Metroid, like there is, no, I'm sorry, I forgot. You see what looks to be similar technology to what you saw with the boulders. You see what looks to be a rocket sticking out of it, which has a few wings ready to like shoot out, which you're like, if it's like before, there's like a javelin in there that probably is a semen wick. But yeah, it is pointed at Lemonade. As you get to like the last rung, it's like all of this starts to like, as you pan, there's the moment where you're like, I don't know if any of them saw me yet. Like, I mean, I can just go back up, but
So it looks like this thing is imminently like within seconds gonna shoot Lemon.
yeah. And another thing to throw at you too is you can protect in this game, which is like you could resist for someone else.
Okay.
You just say that you do it, like if it makes sense. So that is something you can do. Not telling you to do it, but you wouldn't know that otherwise. So
All right. So this is
you
complex.
could also just try to jump on the head of the chicken thing and do something to stop it. But
So what I'd like to, and like this is all happening in pretty close proximity, right? Like it was all in the same tube chamber area that we're all in. Okay. So what I want to do, I want to pull my cuffs out. I got these handcuffs, these non-standard issue handcuffs.
non-standard.
And I've always wanted to use these, and I see the opportunity over there by Sawyer. I want to try to like latch these cuffs and like bring his arms, the doctor's arms behind his back. And if I succeed in that, I want to like use him as cover to like dive in front of that missile.
You're gonna use Sawyer,
Not Sawyer, the doctor.
the doctor. Okay, I
Yep.
was looking in my head. It was like Sawyer. I'm like, I don't know what. That's amazing. And like, okay, so tell me one more time. So you're coming down, grabbing
Yep.
the doctor.
Cuffing his hands behind his back and then like using him as a body shield
Great,
to
great.
absorb the
Okay,
impact.
that sounds amazing. So yeah, you're just rolling to be able to do that. What attribute?
Well, maybe guts.
Okay. I mean, it is in the way like you're kind of safe for the moment and you're throwing yourself into the situation. It's desperate, right? Because like all the consequences for anyone, and maybe including yourself now, are as high as they can be by putting yourself in the middle of it. And yeah, but I mean, the result's great, right? I mean, if you do, you put them in the way.
And I'm wondering if I can push this one.
Of course, yeah, you can always do it. Well, when there's a result to be had. What approach would help you?
I'm thinking spicy. Probably half baked a little bit too, because this is only
Yeah.
like an idea that, yeah.
It's totally half baked. Yeah, it just like the fact that like you saw this scenario and you're like, what I need to do is not take that shot because that's stupid. I need to grab that little guy, get him off of my friend, use him for the other thing, and then the fact that you thought there was enough time to do all this, right? So yeah. Okay. You're digging in. You said you're using guts. So how
I
many
was gonna
dice is
use
that?
guts. So 5.
Okay. You take that man. What did you just tell me? So you take him and he's like, oh, okay, well, what? And you grab him by what?
I'm grabbing him by like just like his wrist and like
Okay, so
wrenching it behind his
that's right.
back, whoosh, with the
And because he was
cuffs.
leaned forward, kind of hunched down, you like grabbed one hand behind the back. And then when he turned to look, he's not you. He's never been cuffed before. So like he leaned the wrong way and you grabbed his other arm, put it in. Sawyer's getting like, front row treatment here to this as the guy's face is just utter shock. But that utter shock does actually have like another level to it as you turn and make him face the laser blast, the rocket, and the rocket and the rocket, which at this point has shot out. And then the first casing has broken off, at which the second rocket is shooting even faster. But it has like this weird sort of spiral, sort of like afterburner thing. And then there's like 8 feet here. Like it's not that space at all. It's like it's got to scientifically gauge how much space there is so that you can see all 3 levels, because that would be a waste otherwise. And then at the very last moment, it's got to shed the case right as what if you thought you could grab it to like stop it, that's when like the javelin part of it would descend into you, right? It's very well thought out. So he does in fact turn. His mouth is open, so we just got to use that instead. His mouth drops so low that it literally launches through his face. Unfortunately, though, right, that javelin going through this small man and you having some consequences also pins him to you as it sticks through his head and jams right into your chest, and you are now carrying the extra weight of the good Dr. Cox. In the weirdest way possible. That would give you a condition 2, in fact, which would probably be impulsive and cocky, because that's what got you into the situation. But you can resist if you like.
Yeah. So how much I have to roll for that, right?
Yep. Otherwise, I mean, it shoots right in your chest. So I mean, like, there's like breathing problems, blood everywhere. And this is a fancy rocket thing. I mean, that javelin probably like hits you and then explodes into pieces to really mangle you up on the inside, because like This is some shitty ass weaponry.
I'm already full of enough imitation crab meat. I don't need javelins
Oh
going in
no!
there as
Oh
well.
no! It bursts in you and then it starts seeping out crap. You're like, oh my god, is that crab meat? No, it's imitation crab. It's just whitefish. It's different.
So I rolled a 3. Does that mean I take 3 appetite off?
Yep.
Okay.
Mhm. How much you have left?
I have 5 left.
Okay. So you take impulsive. No, you take cocky because that's kind of what got you in the situation. You take cocky, but otherwise, like it doesn't like jam into you, right? Like he hits you, and basically, like the concussive part of it is you get like thrown against the wall, hit your head, but you're not unconscious or anything. You just got thrown backwards. Yeah, he's a hot mess. You can imagine it's like shot through a giant hole, stuck, guts that fall all over Sawyer. um, Lemonade. So yeah, this you don't even really know what happened because it was like pointed towards you, and then they kind of went in the way, and then so yeah, I'm sorry, the guts actually fall on you because of how it all would have felt. So like you get splattered on like the left side, it's just like red blood guts. It smells funny. There's just something whatever he was eating, it's like there's a little bit of a bologna sandwich in there. And you're doing the Homer Simpson dance with the chicken running at your head. Now that success, that was a resistance, and then that, yeah, we just okay. All right, I was trying to see if it worked towards the clock. What do you do?
All right. So I've got the chicken. There's the chicken in the suit that just shot at the doctor.
Yeah,
And then there's the chicken that's pecking at
doctor's
me.
gone. Yeah,
Okay.
two chickens are gone except for one of them is trying to peck you.
Right. So the gaming laptop I have, it runs so hot that you can fry an egg. Not really sure like how long it takes to boot up or anything, but I think that would be a great thing to start trying to bash a chicken with that's pecking at me, or at least, shield. And then I don't know if it
Yeah,
starts to get a little hot,
sure.
maybe we'll have that fried chicken after all.
Alex, did I miss that? Did you roll before the resistance? You did have a roll before that, right?
Yeah, I had the roll for um
Get the guy and put his hands behind his back.
Yep.
And we said that was desperate. Okay. So that technically would finish this clock. So what we're really giving Lemonade here is kind of like a final thing to do. It's really more than actually completing it, because killing Dr. Cox was like the end of this situation. We're just we're tying up the loose ends is what we're doing here at the moment.
This is about honor. This is about much more than just defeating the enemy.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. So yeah, if I'm hitting them with the gaming laptop, that's kind of, that was my idea. So,
Okay. What attribute?
um, seems like instinct again. Like I'm doing this reckless, impulsive attacking because those are my conditions. So I'm just in all out, like kill or be killed.
Okay.
That's my idea.
Go for it. Go ahead and use your instinct. I think it's a little worse because you're having the one chicken attack you while you're attacking the other one that's more of a threat.
Right.
So again, it's desperate as it was before, but you probably have limited effect because this one's really nasty. That's only trying to peck at you.
Yeah. Well, they both are nasty. I'm
You are
going down.
using you're using the laptop, but yeah, I think okay. You don't have. You're not going to dig in, right? Because you're probably keeping it.
No, I can't dig in.
Okay.
And I didn't know if I could only use the gear once. Are you?
No, you can use
Okay.
it. All the things are meant to give you more effect as often as you can make sense of them, right? So the more descriptive you
Gotcha.
are, the better.
All
Can I
right.
So-
suggest a devil's bargain?
Yes, you can.
So if you move forward with this bargain, you've damaged your gaming laptop, so you can never play games on it. There's a chip shortage right now. There's your GPU is top of the line. That thing's toast. And you'll
Yeah.
never be able to look at a gaming laptop again without
You'll
this
never be able to look at one.
terrible feeling of your cohorts being pecked alive.
Yeah. And so with the devil's bargain, that happens regardless, right?
Regardless, yeah.
Which I think still would make a ton of sense because like that ruthless piece, I don't care what I'm going to sacrifice at this point. This
Yeah.
chicken's going down.
It's survival,
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
So you're getting pecked at. You pull the laptop out of your backpack. You stand up and you just try to crack the one with that
That's
is
right.
the super shotgun gun or whatever it is. Roll for it.
All right. 1, 2, 3. I got
Okay.
a 3.
All right. So we knew it was desperate.
Yeah.
We knew it had limited effect. So you hit the third one with the laptop, and it is hot, but it just hits the suit, and the suit shakes. The chicken turns to you and has to reload, which draws your attention. Of like, it's like this. Oh, thank God! But the chicken on the ground that you ignored is the one that's getting you. Is the chicken runs up the back of you like it's like what I love in Kill Bill is that the woman who's like Lucy Liu like runs across the table before anyone can do anything and like chops off the head of the person. The chicken runs straight up your back and sticks its beak in the back of your head so quick and so forcefully that it could grab a little bit of your brain and peel it out. Unless you resist.
I will resist. I like my brain. It is what makes me what I am.
It's the one you least suspect.
Right.
I mean, this was the super strong one for a good reason. He actually even
Yes.
has a name. His name's Mac. Yeah.
Well. All right.
You didn't know is Mac naturally had a stronger beak than most.
Oh, is it like, the steel beak kind of thing going in there? Got a
Naturally.
special.
Naturally.
Right.
Yeah, so go ahead and roll. In this case, you said, I'm gonna say it's your training. In this
Okay.
case, it's not your instinct, it's your training is like the eyes in the back of your head. You're like, oh shit, I did. Okay, that's not gonna hurt me. But the other thing I almost forgot about. Okay.
Oh man. Okay, I have a 0 in training. So I rolled a 2.
Okay. You rolled 2 dice.
I
Lowest one was
did. I
2.
rolled a 2 and a 6. So I
Okay.
rolled a 2.
How much appetite do you have left?
2.
Okay. So what conditions do you have?
I have ruthless and impulsive.
Okay. So ruthless, impulsive. So you take cocky.
Okay.
Desperate, resistance. It works. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you take cocky. You run out. Yeah, you run out and then you take manipulative.
Yeah.
Like you are full blown. Now, still technically you need the 5th one is usually what happens, right?
Okay.
Before, like you're kind of at
I have
mercy.
no room for anything
You have no
anymore,
room for
right?
So you run out appetite, which makes sense with the day you've had since you've come down here. And what happens? You turn to see this chicken. Maybe even it pecks you one time like a woodpecker, and you go, "Oh shit, that's not." But it's still just a chicken. What do you do to the chicken to stop it? Like you won't kill it, but like, what do you do? Like, I mean, you could throw it across the room. Or
I would like to grab it by its scrawny little neck. Yeah. I mean, I can't kill it, so I'll just well, I'm not going to choke the chicken. I mean, because that's not appropriate, but kind of, that's what I'm doing.
Okay. You're not doing it, but we all know what's really going on. Got you. Okay. So you have a chicken. The other one, the ammo is charging and reloading. You see like the rocket parts stick out. Sawyer, is there anything you want to do?
I'd like
Your
to.
cybernetic arm re-engages.
Yeah.
It does have a hole
Oh.
at the end, but it doesn't stop it from being,
How close am I to this chicken that's reloading?
Not, I mean, it's probably like 10 feet away.
Okay. So
I'm not against you doing things like running on your cybernetic arm.
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
your arm literally like being
like
a
kind of
throw leg for a minute. Yeah.
like thing. So let's say that's how it goes. I kind of like prop myself up on this arm and I'm like crawling across the floor so that I can kind of like flip my body for this rocket to point gosh, what would okay, so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna like kick it so that I can try and like kick the gun out of its hand and angle it as much as I can so that the gun goes to Jimbo so Jimbo can shoot this chicken.
Okay.
The Hail Mary.
The Hail Mary. What do you want to roll for that?
Oh man. I think based on the I think guts, because I could just sit there.
Yeah.
Right.
And I mean, literally,
But I'm
like,
choosing not
you
to.
could get disintegrated here. So it's
Right. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay. It's desperate, rolling guts. You don't have any appetite, so you get going on the roll. I think there's plenty of devil's bargain already on the table here, so I'm good.
I rolled a 3.
You take that hand of yours and you crawl right up to kick that gun and you eat the ammo, right? You crawl right up to it. Do you think it's not fast enough, or was it too fast? What went wrong with this rocket within a rocket within a rocket, probably blowing through you in 3 different segments, each part obliterating some part of your body?
I think it's the miscalculation that while I could crawl on my hand over there, all of my other appendages are broken and don't respond to what my brain is trying to tell them to do. So it's like this mashed, like the end of the game inside. It's just like this flesh ball trying to like hit the gun. And
it's a meatball.
Yeah, just like and in yeah, as I'm going to it, Sawyer's thinking, well, at least I'll be the one that saved someone's life and they'll talk about me at the end of this.
So your choice here is clearly, like, I see immediately how this we could see all 3 great phases of how this explodes and detonates and obliterates your body. But if you wanted to say how you lived, but it broke the glass bubble, that would be something, that'd be a trade you could make. Because you lived for now, not necessarily forever. I'll give you a moment to think about it.
Yeah, okay.
Because either way, it's going to be bad enough that we can basically tell Jimbo here that, like, one of these 2 really bad things happen, because it's not going to sway probably what Jim Butcher does. So
I think no, I'm good with being shot three different ways, and just his 9 lives ran out.
Yeah. So as we said, the first rocket shoots. Before the casing comes off, it has these like feather wings, and it basically the cyber arm kind of eats that. Like, it like dents and crumples, but the second one goes past the arm and takes whatever human flesh there is there, eats through it. There isn't much left after that point, and the third part takes what's left and sticks it into the side of a desk, at which it just splatters along the side of the desk. The chunks of what are left. It is so horrible that the 2 of you and the one chicken that was also the other suit all stop and turn and just stare at it for a moment. Now the chicken with the suit clearly was, but the one chicken that had the needles, it was just been hanging out because it's just a chicken in a suit. Like, it just turns and looks swell. Jim Butcher, what do you do? It fired again. So it's going to be a minute before it can fire a third time. If it can even fire a third time. You're right there. Lemonade seems okay. So I mean, really, the both of you are here. I mean, like if it's like what you're gonna do, but you did just also see Sawyer just, yeah, like that happened. It's not the first time both of you have probably seen someone, an agent, right, like annihilated. It's part of the job. There's a lot of bad things that happen to people in this line of work. Doesn't make it easier though.
So I think I don't want to find out if it can launch another one of those things. And I've got the doctors like kind of skewered on me. And
Yeah,
so
you do have some. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
my I think Jimbo's like half-baked brain is just still fixated on like how can I use this person's body for max effect. So he's going to charge forward, and as he's doing so, he's going to try to like push this body off to like projectile it onto that thing and knock it out and knock it off balance.
Okay. Go ahead and give it a roll. I think this is risky, but it's not desperate anymore for you because like you literally are running with cover and it doesn't have ammo and it's trying to reload. So what attribute?
We'll go I think instinct.
Okay. Risky standard.
2.
2. Okay. You you push this forward. Unfortunately, when you push it forward, you push with so much momentum that you push yourself onto the javelin that's sticking through him. So the blunt end, jams the gut of the wish I'm like I should look up. They all have names, but I didn't introduce the names, so I didn't have to. But yeah, the blunt end, sticks the soup, but doesn't pierce it, right? And like just like we said, it gives. But you find yourself like face to face with the scientist stuck on the spear that's through through the hole, right? And it's this, I mean, especially don't want to look at like the kind of like the back of their head, as you've skewered yourself. Now, I mean, clearly at this point, like it would be, I'm like, you pushed, yeah, so like it would go through like your eye or something. It would literally like this. I mean, we're at the end of every possible threat there could be, so it's got to be bad, right? So yeah, literally, you'd push off balance, slip on the hay, or I'm sorry, slip on the guts. No, the chicken shit's still on you. You slip on the chicken shit, and it goes through your head. But do you have any more appetite to resist? I think you do.
I do. So I'll give that a try.
I think your face thanks you.
Okay, I rolled a 5. Does that mean I take 1 appetite off?
+1, yeah. Okay, so yeah, you shove it. You do in this case find yourself stuck, like, but just pain, right? It's not like you didn't get impaled again. What conditions do you have?
Right now I have the cocky.
Khaki. So ruthless. You're pissed. This should not have been that hard. There's like this point of view of like, how much worse can this get? Screw everything. Fuck everything. The rage, right? You're getting the rage. Lemon. It seems like things are better, but it's just it's the cleaning up. What's your plan? What do you want to do here? They're fighting. It's just
Yeah.
the 3 of you.
One is like one of my partners is now
have the chicken.
dead. I have a chicken, and then Jim is engaged with the other chicken fighter. I'm gonna run to the. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm manipulative, ruthless, impulsive, cocky, and almost dead. I'm gonna run to the ladder and I have the chicken. I'm just gonna run up there with the chicken. I've got evidence. I've cracked the case. I'm out of here. Good luck, Jim.
Which is so great. The best part is how like the low life is consistently trying to save people. And at every turn, I expect the low life to be like, yeah, now what I signed up for is awesome. Yeah. You get up the ladder and you start ascending. It's far, it's long, you're tired, you're beat, it's hard, but you will succeed. All we need to know is if Jim Butcher can beat this chicken with the super scope gun. Yeah, so I mean, clearly you had to resist a minute ago. You have this role, right, to deal with it. I'll give you a devil's bargain that either way, the shot will shoot the glass and break this bubble that we're in, which obviously if you're successful, you'll still have enough time to climb out of here because it'll be like below you or something. You have to rise up.
Sure.
But obviously if it's above, right, like if you fail, like it's probably the end of you, right? Unless you do something else, but I'm assuming that you're in this close proximity with the chicken who's got a gun.
Yeah, I think that sounds good. I think he's gonna just like, okay, the doctor body thing. That's silly. Why did I think that would work? I'm just gonna try to wrestle this gun away from this thing and try to win that contest and then shoot it. At which
Okay.
point, I imagine, yeah, it would break the glass, but at least I'd take down my enemy.
There you go. There you go. All right. So if, like I said, if you want the extra die, the devil's bargain is that you would either way the glass will break. Now, if
All
you
right.
don't want it,
I do
then
want
there's
it.
there's the chance to come back here later and grab all the evidence if there was,
I think I'll take the bargain.
Okay.
I got the chicken. We got all the evidence we need.
Yeah, then somebody would have to like bury Sawyer and like that's just a mess. So
So I got a 5.
okay. So you succeed. What happens to the chicken? You wrestle it from them, you get the gun.
And then just right at its head, not caring or not paying attention to like where I'm shooting, but
Yeah.
make sure that this is the kill shot and it discharges and
I like to think of this
decapitates it.
because it's like a full bodied and like the suit and stuff. Like, yeah, you literally like shoot it and it like carries the suit like in the chicken, like through the wall. And like, of course, the second or third charge has like a spiral thing that like eviscerates the chicken, right? Like in the suit. But like, yeah, there's this moment of where you see the suit and the chicken and like the suit's spinning like this as it's being like taken because the chicken's just in the head. So like as it gets rattled and eviscerated and the hole goes to the head and then the suit falls and then floats in the water that starts panning in as the room starts to crack and break and pressure. You have a moment to grab something if there's anything you want to grab, but you may just jump for that ladder. So what do you do?
Do I still have the doctor pinned to me? I think I do, don't I?
Yeah, or immediately in front of you. Yeah.
Let's see. I think I'll grab Sawyer and he's like out, right? Like he's just
There's nothing left to Sawyer.
there's
I
nothing
mean,
left.
there's a dented, banged up,
Scoop.
partial cyber arm left you could take. Which I mean is still something.
I think
Yeah, there is the scoop. You could take the scoop. That's true.
is there anything that I could
What the
like
hell are
take
you
with me to
carrying
like
to get out at the
show
end?
what's Darcy?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Is there anything that I'm looking for something to like verify Darcy's like theory about this
Oh,
place?
amazing. Yeah. Yeah, on the wall, there's literally like a blueprint of the lab.
Perfect. I'll grab that and then head up that ladder.
You just like have a handful, like I mean, you take the whole thing, but like it's kind of crunched up as you're climbing the ladder fast, and the water's filling in and the crack. Up top, clearly the climb. What's one thing each of you think about as you're getting up there? Like reflecting on all the shit that just happened. What's one thing that Lemon thinks about on the way up?
Well, I mean, this has been very confusing and a lot has happened. And she's sitting there with this chicken thinking, who is the man inside this chicken? Like, because she's
That's
still
right.
very convinced
That's
of
your
her own
theme.
theories. Yes.
who is the man inside this chicken?
That's
It like
right.
tries to peck you as you look at it in the eyes, and you keep climbing. Probably occasionally bop it against the wall.
That's right. Knock it off, Fred. I'm gonna call you Fred. Knock it off, Fred. Just
Right. And clearly Fred would be added to our board because Fred might reappear one day. Or Fred might even be educated and join the group one day. Who knows? Fred becomes a USDA agent. Okay. What is one thing that Jim Butcher thinks about? Climbing up, having the blueprint.
I think he's just like hoping that his burner phone is charged because he knows he's not going to be able to remember her number if he gets a number, and he's just like, I hope these blueprints impress. Like he's just thinking about like the best approach to
Sure.
like making this happen.
So I think the best place to end this, right, is clearly Lemon gets up there first. Lemon, when you get up there, you're going to see someone who looks like Napoleon Bonaparte, who is clearly the Sea Commander Bliskin, who no, you never
we never went and
actually
met.
And he is standing outside the lighthouse, and there's a rowboat. There's like a handful of Navy people who brought it. It seems very reminiscent of like the founding fathers, like like sort of like the boat and them going in the fog of night. You have a feeling it's almost like they're like, in case the island sinks, we brought this rowboat for the Sea Commander. But when you come out and you have this chicken, the Sea Commander looks at you and you see that there's many Navy officers, many Navy people. Again, they look like Popeye. There's many that are out here that are all kind of like with reason to be alarmed, because obviously there's like loud earth shaking sort of noises and things that are going on from over here because of the eruption of the sea lab underneath, like some kind of an earthquake, because there's like a burp that's going on inside of it, but they don't know what it is. So they're all just kind of here. It's like he grabbed like a little squad of people. And he never met you. So he looks at you and he's like, he has one hand in his jacket. He leans forward. And who might you be?
I'm Agent Lemonade from the FDA, and oh boy, do we have a lot to talk about, starting with him.
Macaque! Jim, you climb up the ladder. You have the blueprints. You get to the top. You see that everyone is evacuated, and there's none of the chickens, and you don't see Seaman Wick. When you get outside, you see the Sea Commander, and you see Lemon talking to the Sea Commander, and the Sea Commander and this group of people's attention all turns to you. But you look past them, and you see Darcy, who is standing amongst the back of the crowd of them and looking at you. And actually, when you come out, you don't really notice, but like makes this face like this ew face, like the like almost like you're still alive. They're still here. What do you do?
I still have this body on me.
Oh,
I'm gonna shove that off. I'm covered in bird shit, blood, but I gotta
dirt,
make a move. So
old
it's now or
baby
never.
food.
A little bit of brains.
I've got the blueprints. I'm gonna
It's now or never.
just approach her and say, I heard about your theory and you were spot on. You were spot on. Look, and I'll show her the blueprints. I was down there. It's all true. You figured it out before anybody.
It's some kind of like bad 80s movie where like the music plays and like the Sea Commander and everyone turns and looks, and he shoves the body off of him. Does one swipe down like it does anything. It just smears all of this brown crap down. And he like runs slowly in slow motion with his blueprint around everyone else. Darcy actually kind of tries to hide in the crowd, like don't come to me. Which almost looking like you propose, you like kneel down and hold this up and like spill the beans and how she's correct. How does she react?
Um, I think she probably like is like, I know, like I did a lot of tests. Like, what does this prove? Like,
You're mansplaining my theory
yeah.
that I've worked years and years on. You son of a bitch.
Little
Well,
trombone plays. Wah, 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 wah.
so eventually, the crew will return. A ship will come to take you back to Baltimore, where you can resume your flights. Um, Ideally, you'll have a shower between now and then, and you'll have to answer to Ginger Butternut, who is a redheaded, like ponytailed, almost like Valkyrie-like woman in a green outfit, holding her cybernetic partner, which is a platypus missing one limb, which is a golden battle axe. That looks like a baby, like it's really small. And she holds it a little bit like Dr. Evil. And it's by video call that you talk to Ginger, who's clearly in Rome on vacation. There's other people talking to Ginger in the background, and Ginger's like, trying to hurry this along because, like she's trying to get back to vacation. There's only two of you on the call. So that's clearly, there's a third black screen just reminding the two of you that there was three. You're like, technology, man. We don't need to have the black screen. That's just, like, what are you going to put a tombstone for an avatar? Like, that's pretty shitty. Obviously, the whole story comes out, right? Like, as you two debrief. The one thing we do at the end of the other questions, which explain how we get experience for our individual and group activities. The last one's always important because it's a little bit like gratitude, which, like, I know a couple of you know from other games. Who would you commend and who would you reprimand? Like, who would you tell a story to the boss, which you expect them to be commended for or reprimanded? And that's really your way of saying, that was awesome. I'm so glad you did that as a player. That was so much fun. And whether or not they would get commended or reprimanded for it, they would still get experience for it. So think for a second on who or what happened, who did it, and let them know, right? Tell them the one cool thing they did that made your time here tonight better. And it's not me, it's just players to do for players. So I can imagine also, as you're thinking, the big elephant of the room is Department Supervisor Butternut asking, so where did the chickens go? What do you mean? What happened to the chickens? There's thousands of chickens. You found 3? Like, there's some goofy salamander. I didn't send you about salamanders. You can see how this conversation really goes, right? And one of the best things about you is that you, honestly, the villains are more often your boss than they are actually the super villains. Because the bosses, they just don't go away, do they?
We'd have to do some genetic testing. Maybe the chickens turned into those salamander things, really, it could happen.
Yeah, I can imagine your boss is like, yeah, maybe. Maybe. You're still kind of new here, aren't you? Are you a scientist by chance? Do you have a PhD? I'm pretty sure you're still in high school. Yeah, so I like at least you know what a theory is. And don't worry, everyone gets their rounds, right? What is one thing that you are really happy happened that somebody else did? Whether it was, most of it's going to be in character, right? Usually with the table, sometimes we'd say like, it's cool if it's something they said in person or they helped you with your character, but this is going to be character related because it's all on stream.
So, okay, so as a player, I thought it was really cool how Alex was able to take the low life and make him do things that were helpful, but twist it so it was just to get the girl that he never even got. So I don't know how Lemon would put that out there as a commendation, but maybe she wouldn't realize it was just to get the girl. It would just be like he put himself on the line and went up after Sawyer, went back down after me, and got the blueprint that proved and cracked the whole case open. So
time
that
and
would
time
be the
again.
combination.
Yeah, sacrifice.
Yeah,
Above
it
and
looks
beyond.
so wonderful, but it really would. I just thought that was really fun how you were able to justify it because of that trouble, the,
Yeah,
romance.
perfect.
I
And what
liked
about Alex?
the when Joe you did the how do I cook this chicken in this moment with like no tools? How do I MacGyver this? That was good.
I think posthumously, um, Sawyer would really appreciate how Lemon took his order to create antimatter or a black hole out of chocolate to to stop the boat. Um, and without Sawyer's leadership, she never would have had that idea. So
That's
it's
awesome.
it's pretty cool that she took it.
Well, thank you all so much. I hope you had a good time. It sure got dark at the end. We stumbled upon our case at the end, which made it very dramatic and tense. But that's kind of what happens. And it's a one shot. There's not like, don't feel that like that was the wrong way. There's no wrong way. It's just the journey, right? The journey is always what's the most important. And I find so oftenly that the case doesn't really get resolved. So that's even as I pick on you in play, like that's because your bosses would care, right? But like you're above the law. In a lot of ways, what happened? Your performance rating suffered a bit. If you keep it up, yeah, you might suffer something eventually, like getting demoted or transferred. But for the time being, yeah, it's just like some uh poor commentary coming from your boss who's not thrilled with the results. But
Well, thank you so much for the game. And thanks everyone who's watching. This is Chew. It's up on Kickstarter right now, so throwing that in the chat. Definitely check it out. As you can see, it was a lot of fun, and so yeah, get pledge a little something, and you'll be able to get this and play it for your own group. So yeah, tomorrow morning we're having a little chat with Pete. So uh, I'll be asking some questions. But then if you have any questions or you want to ask some questions about the game or whatever, we'll be here tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. So grab some coffee and jump back on stream and come see us here. Talk
feel
talk
free
about
to
the
bring
game.
breakfast, right?
Yeah.
Clearly, we'll be very curious of what you're eating because it's important. It might even tell us what your food power is.
Oh, nice.
All right. Well, any last thoughts? Any last words before we take ourselves off?
Thank you, Pete. Thank you, thank you, thank
Yeah.
you.
Sure, thank
Really,
you.
Thanks
really
so
appreciate
much.
it. Really look, this is super
Yeah.
fun.
Thank you for everyone letting us go where it took us, right? I think it's always fun to see how even if you run like a similar case, it's always neat to see how they unfold because it's always just a different story, even because just Chew follows the players so much. So there's never a wrong way for it to end or a wrong way for it to go. So that's always entertaining.
Very cool. Well, thanks everyone. Thanks Pete, and we'll see some of you tomorrow morning.
Bye.